We are live, sir.
Thank you. Hi, a very good morning to all the students for joining us today for the day 3 of the OP Jindal Global University Summer Engagement Week. I hope you are enjoying the week that we have planned for you. We keep getting your messages on WhatsApp and emails that you really are enjoying. You're loving the knowledge sharing that is happening. You love the faculty members that are presenting for you. So we have another very interesting day planned for you. I hope you had your breakfast and you are comfortable in your rooms in front of your laptops, mobiles, whichever device that you are logging into. But today is a very interesting and a hands-on kind of a day. We have for you a very interesting first half where we have some couple of fantastic faculty members from Jindal School of Journalism and Communication, Professor Ruchira Sen and Professor Kajuri Sen, who will be doing a wonderful workshop around storytelling. The topic of their workshop is telling a story dating during the pandemic. Very interesting topic, right? So I'm sure you are excited for it. And then at 12, so this workshop will go on till 12, and then at 12:30 to 1:15, we have another session by both the distinguished faculty members, Professor Ruchira and Professor Kajuri, on journalism as a study and journalism as a career. So I wish you all the very best, students. Have another round of knowledge sharing, enjoy, learn, and be ready for the future. That is the theme of this week, that you get a flavor of all the careers options that are available to you. And by the end of this 6 days, you are more sure about what you want to do, and even more sure on what you don't want to do in the field of social science, arts, humanities, and liberal arts. So thank you so much. I hand it over to Professor Ruchira Sen and Professor Kajuri Sen for their workshop. Thank you so much, faculty members, for being here with us. I present to you the students for the summer engagement week. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ankur. Hello, students. My name is Kajuri Sen, and it's wonderful to be here. I'm joined by my colleague, Professor Ruchira. We're just going to very briefly introduce ourselves, and then we'll talk about what the session's really going to be about. So I told you my name. I used to be a journalist. I was with NDTV for about 7 years, and then I was with CNN News 18 for another 3 years. I worked as a reporter, as a news anchor. I've worked on the desk. If it's in television, I've pretty much done whatever the industry has required at some point. I've done short stories, I've done like live studio anchoring, I've done special shows, I've done documentaries, I've done the works. And I am a professor of practice at the Jindal School of Journalism and Communications, where I tell you what it's like to be a journalist and how you can do your best at it. So that's my sort of background and area. And now I hand it over to Professor Ruchira.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ruchira Sen. I am a career academic. So, you know, in all great faculties, you have to have professors of practice who have been on the field, who have studied. And at the same time, you need that outside voice, which has spent a lot of time in academia and has spent a lot of time studying to work with the professors of practice and try to understand the news industry or whatever industry we're studying. So I'm an economist by training. I like to call myself a heterodox feminist economist, but that gets all crazy and lost in translation. I went to St. Stephen's College for my bachelor's. I then moved on to JGU for my master's. When I tell my students this, they call me Pakka Anti-National. I then went on to the University of Missouri, Kansas City in the USA for my PhD. So since then, I've been studying and I've done a lot of studying on academics and on economics. After I came to Jindal, I got very interested in the news industry. So now I'm studying the news industry. My latest paper is on the New York Times, and we're trying to figure out, how newsroom restructuring affects the kind of errors that pop up in each news publication. So I love data, I love coding, I love class struggle and gender relations. So if you want to talk to me about any of these things, I'm always happy to talk. We'll begin with, I'll throw this over to Professor Kajuri, and we will begin by talking about the news and what a news story is. Because a lot of my students actually think that stories are just fictional stories, but in the news industry, that's not the case. Over to Professor Kajuri.
Before we talk about what Richard has just told us we're going to talk about, let me just very quickly talk about how we are going to structure this and what we're going to expect from you. So obviously, we could just spend the next 2 hours with the two of us talking at you, but that wouldn't be fun for anybody, right? Including us. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to, as Ankur just announced, we're going to be focusing on a specific theme, a specific topic, which is dating during the pandemic. The pandemic has made, as all of you are just as aware as we are, meeting people more difficult, maintaining relationships more difficult, taking relationships to the next stage more difficult. That's something which has been a huge focus of reportage, not just in India, but across the world. Today, we are going to teach you the tools of reporting through this one story. So we're going to briefly, through PowerPoint slides, explain how different facets of storytelling works as far as the news industry is concerned. And then we're going to ask you, we're going to throw it open to you and let you give us ideas about what you would like to see on this topic in the audience. So throw something down in the comment box or raise your hand. And if we can, within the constraints of time, there are a lot of you here, we will call on as many of you as possible and try not to repeat the same person over and over again. Richard, do you have anything to add to how we're formatting it?
Not really, but Sonia D raised her hand. Should we give her a chance to?
Sure, absolutely.
Sonia, over to you. Okay, that might have been a blip. All right, can we, in case you guys want to say something, can you put it in the chat box? We'll still ask you to unmute and speak, if that would help, right? Okay. All right. What, Kajuri, so can we talk about what, let's just talk to the students. What is the news? You worked in news all your life. What is the news?
Before I tell them what the news is, students, what do you think news is? Aniket.
I think we have to allow them to talk here.
Yes, greetings, ma'am. Ma'am, according to me, as you know that the full form of news is north, east, west, south. So, ma'am, I think a proper definition of news is a piece of information that tells everything about the world, what is happening in our environment. That is a news.
Okay. All right. That's certainly a definite. There is a lot of comments coming in, a lot of people saying that it's information about what is happening around the world or in a country. About thing. Okay, so we've got Pratha here saying information or report about something that's happened recently, broadcasting current information. All of these are absolutely accurate. All of these definitions, recent developments. Why? So a lot of you here are talking about current or recent. Does news always have to be current or recent?
No, ma'am, I don't think so.
Okay, can you tell me why or why not?
Because sometimes the present news is also related to some past news. Like if we heard something today, like this got happened, so it must be having a connection with past things also. So that news must be highlighted so that the people must know that where is this link from.
Okay, all right. So again, in comments, we've got a lot of people there, but does anyone else want to add to what was just said?
I'll just allow them to talk. I've allowed Harshita to talk. There's Shushuma, there's Pranay. Well, let's go four at a time. Otherwise, it's going to get crazy.
Yeah.
Ma'am, so as the previous speaker said that a lot of times the present news is, the past news is used to draw parallels between the present so that you can get a clear idea about what is happening right now. So if you can compare it with the previous incidents.
Okay, so the word you're looking for there, and you're absolutely correct, is context. And the context is hugely important to news, and we will talk about that in more detail. And Professor Ruchira will take you through that. So absolutely spot on. Anyone else?
Ma'am, to make a story, we link the previous news, the latest news, and everything together and form a very nice story.
Okay. All right. So linkages, very important. What else?
Ma'am, the news, ma'am, it helps us to it helps the people to connect to the other people and the events all over the world, and it makes a linkage between the political parties and every aspects of a nation. It connects the nation.
Okay, so it brings in different aspects and connects the nation. Okay, that's a really interesting point. All right, so the news has obviously all of these different kinds of aspects. I'm going to very briefly take you through, and I'm going to bring all of this that you've said together, but let's see, we've got an example here. After a few years, says Pratha, that when COVID has been settled, hopefully, people can spread information about it and how you can handle a new virus, etc. Okay, yes, sure. Remembering what has happened is very important. And you're absolutely correct that news plays a significant role in that. There's, of course, a very famous statement that journalism is the first draft of history, right? And that's because all of what you guys are saying is exactly what news should be doing. But the people who started out saying it has to be recent aren't entirely wrong. Different forms of news and different forms of storytelling play different roles in different formats. I am going to share my screen with you guys in just a second. And yeah, I will take you through what the overview of news looks like.
Ma'am, news is something that helps us to know what is going all over the world.
Absolutely. It helps you get a window into the rest of the world. You're absolutely correct. Okay. All right. Here we go. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. So there's an old sort of saying in news that bad news is good news. Why do we say that? Is that correct? And does it work for different kinds of stories in different circumstances? So let's find out what is a news story and what makes a good news story. So we already asked you this question, what is news? And if we take everything that you have said together, at its most basic, at its most fundamental, news is information that people either want to know or that they need to know. These are not always the same thing. We don't actually need to know gossip about a film star. We want to know that. We may not want to know like horrible things happening to somebody somewhere, but we may need to know that. So they're not necessarily the same thing, but very often news becomes a balance of these two, because news at the end of the day is about, as again, a lot of you have pointed out, communicating what is happening in society to the people who live within that society. So there's some fundamental components to news. We, as the human race, by and large, has an extremely short attention span. We don't remember, we don't recollect, we don't think about things which happened even 20 days ago. If you look at it's the way the human race has survived. The only way we can recover from trauma is by forgetting about it to a certain extent. So because we have a very short attention span, we are only interested in what is happening by and large in the here and the now. So to keep the attention of the audience, to keep the attention of the viewer or the reader or whoever it is, or just the person you're speaking to, you have to tell them something that is contemporary, something that is relevant, and something that draws their attention to what is happening around them through that mechanism. Context is important. Context is hugely sort of significant to the construction of news, but you always have to start with something now and then go back to something that happened before. If I start with, well, you know, in 1875, I would have lost like 50% of you in just that one sentence. It used to be this running joke with this colleague of mine who used to be a political reporter. He would start off with, well, Kajori, to explain what the parliament is doing today, I have to take you back to 1965. And I'm like, nobody cares about 1965. Nobody has time for 1965. Tell me what's happening in 2015. So context is important, but later, not upfront. Upfront is all about drawing attention. And that's the task of good storytelling. We'll get to storytelling in a bit. Let's hold on to that. Let's talk about what else news does. So news has to be interesting. Nobody has time or patience. The world is full of information. Different people are interested in different things. You may be interested in politics or sports or music or fashion or economics or a combination of all of these things, but not in all of them. So it has to be interesting to you specifically, but it also has to be interesting to a wide enough number of people that it is going to not just be read by one person. You want to be like a complete nerd about one thing, go to the library, check out a book. News has to be of a broader interest. So it either has to be interesting. Do we want to know, who XYZ is dating? Is it interesting to you? Who I am dating or who Ruchira is dating is not of interest to anybody. But who Ranbir Kapoor is dating is of a lot of interest to a significant number of people. So it must be interesting. If it is not interesting, so interesting news is actually quite easy to tell. All I have to do is like go, hey, did you guys hear? Did you guys hear? It's a really interesting story. And people will want to hear it because they're interested in it. More difficult is telling a story that is not directly and automatically interesting, but it's important or significant. These are things that people need to know. And then it is your job to make that interesting. It is not interesting in and of itself. So let's say you are talking about deforestation. Deforestation in and of itself, so somebody cut a tree, big deal. But making deforestation relevant and interesting and making you understand why it affects your life, that's the job of someone who is making news. What's the difference between news and literally every other form of storytelling? It has to be factual. Everything else you can make up. If you're starting off with once upon a time, blah, 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 it doesn't need, the assumption is that it's not a fact, that it is fictional. However, news at its root is about the truth and about facts, and you have to get facts and put them together in an interesting way. And finally, and most importantly, no matter what the issue, it has to be about people. We care about other people. We are interested in other people. If I tell a story about a thunderstorm, nobody cares about the thunderstorm. So there was a thunderstorm, whatever. What people care about is how the thunderstorm affected people. There are two ways that the human race in general, and there have been millions of studies on this, reacts to information. One is going, oh, that's great, I'm so happy for them. The second is going, oh, that sucks, I hope that never happens to me. And that's it. There are obviously more nuances to each of those responses depending on specific stories, but those are the two broad ways that we react to stories that do not directly affect us. Okay, so it must be about people. You must be able to see the story and relate to the people that this story is about and what has happened to them. We've got a bunch of people with their hands up, so shall we take a couple of questions, Ruchira?
Yes, let's do that. There is Dheer. Shall we start with Dheer and then we'll go on to Dhruv?
Go ahead, Dheer.
Dheer?
Shall we go to the next person?
Yeah, let's go on to Dhruv has put his hand down. So to Pranay. Pranay?
So this is like a general question.
Mhm.
So how how you being a journalist, does that impact you in the way you receive news and how you have to deliver it in an unbiased manner? So just was curious to understand the psychology that goes behind presenting and
Right. So Pranay, so let me answer your question about an unbiased manner first, because I know that being unbiased becomes one of the sort of major things that we tackle with when we look at particularly news today. It's very difficult to be unbiased. Most of us all of us are human beings. All of us have our own personal biases that we come into any story with. If I was doing a story about, say, women, as a woman, there is a certain prism and a certain sympathy that I will bring to the story in a way that someone who doesn't have that kind of same sort of relatability would bring, right? If I'm from, say, Delhi, I understand Delhi in a way that somebody from, say, Calcutta wouldn't. So we do bring our own biases to the story. The important part is to, insofar as possible, not allow our biases to color the story entirely. The biases will always play a small role. Your job as a responsible journalist is to keep that role to the minimal. If you are reporting facts, if you're giving both sides of the story, if you have tried to get the interviews from the relevant people on both sides, if you have put together an overview that presents the facts to the audience, if a little bit of bias slips in, it's okay. It is not the end of the world. Every normal human being will do it. When somebody who is a rapist with a confession on paper gets released, I, as a journalist, will not be able to report on that in an unbiased way. There are facts which show that there has been a miscarriage of justice. That is how I will report it. But I will say, okay, this is what the rapist in question said, this is what the survivor has said, this is what the court has said, this is the judgment. I will give that information and allow the reader to make up their own minds. But I will also not be able to keep my bias out of it. My sympathy will be quite clear, I think, in those circumstances. When it comes to the psychology of being a journalist, journalism is an extremely high pressure, extremely stressful job. You are going into very difficult circumstances and asking what can be extremely intrusive questions to very vulnerable people. You are going to see, and every journalist, at least in my time, and even today, start off on what is called the crime beat. It's the city beat. You're spending lots of times in front of police stations. You're talking to cops. You're going to crime scenes. It takes a toll. It takes a huge psychological toll. And for many, many decades, talking about journalists' mental health has not been a thing. You are just supposed to grit your teeth and figure out your own coping mechanisms. There are many, many journalists who have reported a fair amount of trauma in their professional lives. Today, there is more of a conversation about mental health in journalism, and about how there needs to be a certain degree of self-care, about how going to therapy, having different kinds of sort of healthier coping mechanisms. I mean, there is a reason that there is the sort of old cliche about the journalist who goes in and just writes out a story. That's literally not how it works. So it is a difficult job. It is a difficult job that requires you to remain very, very calm under a lot of pressure in very difficult circumstances. And I think that as we go forward, an even longer and more detailed conversation about journalists' mental health is going to be a part of just how the profession is structured.
Just a note on bias, when bias does not mean reporting all sides, of course you have to report all sides and give every side a voice, but bias doesn't mean, you say X is also right and Y is also right. So if you are, say, reporting on rape, you can't say, sure, what the rapist did is wrong, but maybe the survivor should not have gone out at a certain time in the night. You can't do that, and that's simply because there is something called the truth. and the truth is very rarely in the middle of. It's not a mathematical midpoint formula that you take one extreme and then take the other extreme and you find the midpoint. That's not what unbiased reporting is. Objective reporting is to tell the truth, to report that here is a survivor who was accessing public space, as is the right of every citizen, and here is a crime that somebody perpetrated against her, right, on her body, right. And that is, you might not be able to, in that case, give space to conservative voices that will say, oh, but what happened, why is this person roaming around at night? uh, Maybe you can report that, but you can't report that in a way that gives too much credence to it, simply because that is not fair or true or right. In fact, that's also why we have, detailed classes on reporting gender and sexuality, reporting caste and religion, so that we understand and we are able to teach our students how to report on these sensitive issues in an accurate way. Accuracy doesn't necessarily mean, or a lack of bias doesn't necessarily mean the midpoint of two extreme views.
Yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
I totally agree with the truth part of it, that it plays a really essential role through what is supposed to be said.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
I was saying that truth is, yeah, what should be the main focal point of the whole conversation about what the reality of what is happening around. I agree with that.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Report, giving your audience the information that they need. That is verify your information, verify that you are not saying, you're not making factual errors. And then, as Ruchira pointed out very correctly, if you let a little bit of bias creep in, there are some stories where you need to take a stand. And only experience, both in the classroom and on the field, will really teach you which those stories are. Should we take another question and then I'll go on to what is a story?
Yeah, let's do that. Who's got the hand up for the next question? There are 8 hands up, and a lot of them are talking permitted. There's Chirag. Chirag has been wanting to say something for a long time. Shall we let Chirag talk? Chirag?
Sure.
Chirag, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, over to you.
Good morning, ma'am. I had a doubt, like after having a stressful day, means investigating for a long time. I am just taking an example. After taking this example, like after having a stressful day, is there any case in which the journalists have been suppressed by an external power or somewhat like that?
Yes. Long story short, yes, absolutely. So if you are doing your job right as a journalist, you are making a lot of people very upset. And these people are often going to be very powerful. And they will want you to stop talking. And there are some very common legal means which are used, which are, for example, a defamation suit, which says you're saying mean things about me and I will take you to court so that you don't. There are less legal ways about it, which is calling an editor or a CEO of a media house and saying, I don't want that person's story published. It happens. If you have a decent ethical boss, if the legal system allows you to publish, you will be able to publish it. But there is a lot of pressure which is built up by very powerful people sometimes to prevent you from publishing a story which could, quote unquote, be dangerous to them and their reputation and what it is that they are trying to do. It happens all the time. It has happened all over the world, and you are well aware of it, no matter what the story is that you're stepping out to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Shall we move on to our next item of agenda?
Yes, let's. We will come back to more conversations. So I told you what news is, guys, but I keep using, as you've noticed, the word story. What's the difference between a news and a story, and what is a news story? So a story is a structured narrative. News is just information. I can have 10 different vaguely connected bits of information. Each of those bits of information is news. A story is when you take those bits of information and arrange them in a deliberate sequence that makes it more accessible, that makes it more interesting, that makes it more fun or cool, or whatever it is to watch or listen to, that draws the attention of people. So a story is the technique of narration. It is the technique of putting a narrative together. You do it in fiction, and that's just a regular story. You do it with news, and that's a news story. So every piece of item that is produced in the world of news is a news story, because you're choosing what to put in, you are choosing what to leave out, you are choosing which order you will arrange them in, you are choosing what kind of images you will use, you are choosing what kind of words you will use, all of these designed to have maximum impact. And a good news story has to have two things. It has to be good news, as in important news, significant news, interesting news, but it also has to be a good story. If it's not both of these things, it doesn't work. So today, over here in this workshop, during this session, we're going to talk to you about how to put together a good news story. Yeah? And what does a good news story start with?
Everybody, what do you think a good news story starts with?
May I?
Yes.
Ma'am, a good story starts with being unbiased.
I'm good reporter.
Hey,
One at a
guys,
time.
don't speak together. Who was it? I think it was, well, that person put their hand down. Nile. It was Nile. Nile was talking.
Ma'am, with the good reporter, a good story start with honest reporter.
Okay.
May I?
Yes. Who is that?
The first thing that a reader will notice is our heading. So the first thing is it should be a catchy heading, and then it should be relevant. As ma'am said, it should be starting from the present. It should be catchy to the person.
Okay, that's an interesting point. You're not entirely wrong. You're actually fairly right. But you're talking about the point where you're already putting the story together, and that's the end point of the story. The first point of the story is that you have to have a story to tell. When you're putting the story together, you're absolutely right. Your heading is, or your first line is absolutely the first thing that you put all your attention into. And if that doesn't grasp you, then your story won't work. But that's the end point of the storytelling process. The first point of the storytelling process is to figure out which story you want to tell, right? How do you figure that out?
Ma'am, may I?
I'm trying to see, is that Dheer again? Or is that Aditya?
Aditya, ma'am.
Aditya, go ahead.
Ma'am, for having a good story, ma'am, first we need to collect facts about the story. If we don't have enough facts to make up the story, then we don't have any good speech to say. Like having good vocabulary based on the story, we need some facts about it. So without facts, there is no story right now.
Yeah, but
Okay.
How do you figure out what to collect facts on? That's the question.
Yeah. So there are like a million things happening in the world around you at any point in time, right? In fact, forget the world around you. If you look around your house, there's a million things happening around you. How do you say, this is the story that I think I want to write?
Mom, the story, the facts which are of interest to the maximum number of people is the story for which I would like to collect facts about. And the second thing will be to know how to properly connect those facts and present a story which the reader would like to read or to listen to.
Okay. All right.
Relevance.
Yes. All right.
Ma'am, what I think is, so based off what today's current news environment is, I think what story to say and depict, or it actually depends on what attracts more audience. I think for now that is that is how they identify a good story.
Okay, So you're not wrong. Audience is hugely important. There is no point in putting together a story that nobody's going to watch or listen to. Okay. Should audience be the only deciding factor? Now that's a much more complicated question. So you're right. And I'll talk about audience in 1 second. Anyone else?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Ma'am, the last thing that I want to talk is about witnesses, ma'am. Like, if there has been a crime, we say, like for example, there has been some conflicts, there have been some fights and all. So first, we need to collect some witnesses through which we can get the facts, and then we can make up the story very easily, as we have the correct facts and the perfect witnesses through which we can get the perfect news for the channel.
Okay. All right, but just a quick side note. There are, at an average, in a city like Delhi, in non-pandemic times, approximately 2,000 crimes happening a day of different kinds, including like necklaces getting stolen to like people getting murdered, and different kinds of murders. There are murders in, there are domestic murders, there are gang murders, there are all kinds of murders. You have a very limited space to tell your story. You have 24 pages in the traditional newspaper and maybe approximately 14 hours in a traditional news channel, because nobody is going to be working 24/7 with unlimited space. If you're looking at online, you have more flexibility in space, but even then you just don't have enough manpower for every story in the world, right? So you're going to have to decide which story, which of these 2,000 crimes you're going to go find witnesses for. How do you decide that? That is what we're talking about here. Well, you decide that with the following things. First, and you've mentioned this, a good news story has to be relevant. I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I already talked about how news has to be new, but it has to speak to the people at the time of reporting. It has to be relevant. It has to be interesting. It shouldn't be repetitive. It shouldn't be something that people have heard about a million times. Like, yeah, so what? What's the big deal? Happens. It has to have some new, interesting, relevant angle to it. The angle of a story becomes very, very significant. Second, and weirdly enough, we are, and not weirdly at all, actually, we are much more interested just in general about what is happening around us very specifically rather than out in the world. Proximity matters. People will be more interested if they're living in, say, India. They will be more interested in what is happening in their own country, even if it is a relatively smaller news story than something that is happening in, say, Uganda or Canada or Argentina. So you could have a military coup in Argentina, which is a huge story, government toppled, military is taken over, and in India, it may not even get reported because you're much busier talking about something which is not as big a story if you look at it by the general rules of storytelling, but is of more direct interest to your Indian audience, who obviously care more about what is happening around them specifically, because that's something that they're directly invested in. The third thing is impact. Does the story affect their lives? If so, how does it affect their lives? It is your job to tell them that this story matters to you. Let's say there are problems with electricity. Let's say there are problems with safety. Let's say there are problems with electoral promises. Let's say there are problems with, there is rain and there will be no cricket match. For somebody who has planned out that entire day around sitting and watching that cricket match, this story affects their lives. It has an impact. And so to explain that the rain is, obviously there is rain, that's a thing, but how that impacts the lives of people, that is going to be a part of what decides whether your story is newsworthy or not. Okay. Now, we also, by and large, are just deeply, anything that is new and weird is always interesting. So even if it's a story that may not have worked under other circumstances, if it's weird enough, it has value. You know the old saying about news, right? Dog bites man, not a story. Man bites dog is a story because, one of these is common and not unusual, and nobody cares because it happens. I mean, it's awful, but it happens. Man biting dog, what the fuck is going on? What is happening? What's the deal? That's a question that you're always going to be asking. Okay, people love strange stories. So if you have a story that is unusual or bizarre or out of the normal, that has, and that will always have value, whether it ticks off any of the other boxes or not. So if there is a story, for example, of a person giving birth on a flight, which happened just a few months ago, and it was on every news portal in the world. It was this woman who was on a flight going on holiday, and she didn't even know she was pregnant. And then she went into labor. And it just so happened that you had a couple of nurses who were on the flight who delivered the baby while the flight was in midair. It's not relevant. It's not proximity. It literally impacts nobody's life except the life of the person who is giving birth. But it is a weird story, and therefore it works. Everybody is interested in it because it is a window into the unusual. Conflict. Are there two sides in opposition? Why are they in opposition? What is making them fight? We love a good fight. The entire Saas Bahu genre exists because we love a good fight. Has it led to violence? Has it led to distress? Unfortunately, the human race, and I include all of us here, love other people's misery. It's just a thing that we will never admit to it. But if I can tell you, we used to do this show on NDTV called My News, where we would ask readers, viewers to send in their detail, sort of their opinion on which story we should focus on most. And the number one without question was crime. Number two was entertainment, and specifically entertainment gossip. Number three was sports. And sports is also actually two sides in opposition. So it plays into, in a way, the same thing in imagination. You want to see a fight. It's just a fight that is very carefully constructed for sort of performative purposes. On the other side of this, while we love conflict and we love other people's misery, we also love other people's happiness. And that is a good human interest story. A good human interest story is celebrating the resilience, the strength, if you will, of human nature. It may not have been a story in any other way, but because it celebrates human nature. Let's say somebody who walked 500 kilometers to raise money for their grandfather's cancer treatment. That's a human interest story. Again, the relevance, not really there. Proximity may not have happened in your country. Impact doesn't really affect anyone else's story. Is it novel? Yes, it is, but it's not a weird story. Conflict, there isn't any, but it's about somebody who did something so powerful and so moving and so kind and so wonderful that people, when they read it, are emotionally moved by it. And therefore, making a story about an individual who draws attention in specific ways is always effective storytelling. And finally, of course, celebrity and sensation. We love it. Does anyone care about any of the other factors when it involves a celebrity? No. When it involves a celebrity, we want to know if the celebrity was out at a bar. We want to know who the celebrity was dating. We want to know who the celebrity will be dating. We want to know whether the celebrity likes to eat, oats for breakfast. We want to know all the details of celebrity life. We want to be able to relate to them. We want to be able to judge them. We want to be able to be like, oh my God, why would anybody live like that? We want celebrities to somehow reflect ourselves back, or be completely different from us, and sometimes simultaneously both, because we are not consistent. And so news about celebrities is always going to draw attention, even if it doesn't fit any of the other criteria. So when you're identifying a good news story, it doesn't have to check off all of the 7 things I've mentioned here, but it has to check off at least 1 or 2. And ideally, if it can, more. And if you have a story, more the number of things that this checks off, the more likely you are to have a story that works. Okay, so you have to identify your news story. Ruchira.
Kajari, there are two young students here. One is Stuti and the other is Abigail, who have been wanting to speak for a while. So
absolutely.
Ask Stuti to come in, and then we will ask Abigail to come in. Stuti, over to you.
Yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, a good story should be full of suspense. Like it should be written in such a way that the reader gets engrossed, and the reader wants to like read it further. Like it can be suspensive, it can be full of suspense or mystery, or the tone, the word should be used in such a way that it keeps the reader engaged.
Yes, absolutely correct. How you tell a story is extremely important. And keeping the reader engaged, different ways and different tools of keeping the reader's attention is depends on the kind of story you are telling. Suspense works for certain kinds of story. You use different techniques for others, but you're absolutely correct.
And then we have Abigail. Abigail, come on in.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I wanted to say that another really important thing while writing a story, obviously after you have picked the story, would be to find a way to write the story that nobody else has. Because when it's really, really big news, a lot of other like newspapers and magazines and like just general news sites pick up the story, and they all have a very monotonous way of saying it. So when we pick a story, we have to find a new angle to it. Otherwise, there's literally no point in writing the same thing over and over again.
You know, Ruchira, Abigail has hit the nail right on the head, and it makes for an excellent segue to our next point, which is once you've identified a story, you have to pitch a story. And the pitch is exactly what Abigail was just talking about. When, as she absolutely accurately pointed out, there are 5,000 newspapers, blogs, YouTube commentators, TV channels, social media experts, 5,000 people holding forth about like the same thing, because everybody looks at this particular list of things and they all really identify the same 3 or 4 subjects. So they are all talking about this. And if you want to talk about it, and if you should be given a platform to talk about it, then the first question you have to answer is, what story are you telling that's different from what everyone else is telling? That is called an angle or a peg. And your telling of the peg, your selling of the peg, if you will, is known as a news pitch. A news pitch or a media pitch is your way of showing an editor why your story should be published. Your story above the story of like 20,000 other people. What makes your story more interesting? Okay, why is it special? Why is it more newsworthy? Why should it be given priority? That is the point of a news pitch. And a news pitch needs to be aware of the following things. 1, obviously the angle. What is your broad topic, and what is the specific angle that you are bringing to the table? That is a given. Second, who are you writing for? If I was writing a story for high school students, I would pitch a story differently. The same story, mind you. I would pitch that story differently than if I was writing it for like a 30-year-old, for Ruchira and my generation. They would be 2 very different kinds of stories for 2 very different kinds of audiences. So if you look at how magazines and so when you look at different platforms or different magazines or different spaces, you'll see that very often you have the same kind of information, but with different kinds of spins given to it. So Vogue, the fashion magazine, or Teen Vogue, which is their equivalent for a younger sort of crowd, very often will do the same topic, but they will do it in different ways with different kinds of focus groups, with different kinds of quotes, with different kinds of information. So that's the sort of broad framing of that. So know your topic, figure out your angle, see if that angle is right for the audience you are writing for, figure out why you tell them why you should be the one writing the story. Is it because you understand this area better than anyone else? Is it that you are, thinking about it in a way that no one else is thinking about it? Is it that you can access interviews that no one else can access? Is it that it's something just you care so deeply about, you think you'd be able to bring a certain degree of empathy to the storytelling that other people may not? Whatever it is, why should you be writing it when there are 1,000 other people who could be writing the story? And finally, why should the story be told in this specific way? So, which includes formats, mediums, and styles, all of which we will talk about, because different stories work better in different mediums. Okay, so I am going to wrap up here
But we
with
were talking a
one
little
last
bit
point,
about dating, right? What can you say
which
about
is what I'm going to let you get to. I am just going to very briefly say that the pitch has to have the following features, right? This is what I've already mentioned: the angle, the significance of the story and the audience, the context, why is the story relevant, faces, who are you writing the story about, who's at the center of your story, if you will, tone, will your story be funny, will it be serious, will it be personalized, will it be analytical, will you look at data, will you look at people, all of these things, and obviously medium. Will you use photographs, videos, the written word, multimedia, all of those things? So that's the broad contours of how to write a story. Now, we're not even getting to the story yet. We're still at the pitch. So the first thing you need to do, of course, when you're writing a pitch, is you have to figure out what you are going to write, what your angle is going to be. So if you're looking at dating, which is what we're looking at today, and dating not in general, but specifically dating during the pandemic, how do you structure a pitch for dating during the pandemic? The first thing you need to do is put in a little bit of research. Ruchira, let's talk about how we research.
How we research pre-pitch. Let me share my screen. All right, everybody. So we're finally talking about dating. There was somebody who was complaining about, where's the dating part of this? So
somebody has a question.
Shall we take that question? I'm trying to share.
Yes. Yes, Navya. Okay, I have to give Navya rights to speak, right?
Yes, ask to unmute.
Okay, let's get the participants list out here.
Doesn't this take you back to your NDTV days, Kajari, with that ticker going constantly? Tuck, tuck, tuck.
Constantly, absolutely. Yeah, Navya.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
So I think a similar point was actually covered, but I still have a question. So sometimes I feel like there is general thinking that this is a kind of thing that nobody can relate to, but there is a specific community that is out there that can relate to it and would love news for it. But because of biasness and the general hate that is there for that community, it's sometimes not covered.
So, yeah. So your point is that you've got stories where the audience is just not being acknowledged. Is that right?
Yes.
You're absolutely correct. That happens shockingly often with minorities and vulnerable communities. And there are then a couple of things that you should be doing. One, there are always going to be publications out there which are designed to specifically speak for and to those communities. Okay, find those publications. If you want to write a larger mainstream story, sometimes, and this is a thing that has happened quite successfully, you sneak it in. So you sell a story that is a sort of larger, broader perspective, and then you bring the minority voice into that. So if you want mainstream representation, then that is one of the ways of getting that pitch passed and putting that story together. It's sneaky, but if sometimes, and for a lot of people, we've seen it happen quite consistently in the queer community, that it is one of the ways of essentially getting some kind of mainstream attention to specific issues which otherwise are just not discussed because they're seen as being not of mainstream interest. Yeah?
Actually, ma'am, to be very honest, I was talking about the queer community. And I just feel like still there isn't enough awareness for it. And like most of the news channels that are very famous and attract a lot of audience and a lot of attention do not cover stories.
You're right. That unfortunately is one of the major problems if you look at America, for example, and you see this, I mean, of course, this is before your time, but you saw this sudden massive uptick in queer representation around 2008. And that was directly tied into Proposition 8 and the conversations around legalization of gay marriage. And it became a really important political issue, and therefore there was a huge amount of mainstream coverage and conversation. But it took an event which was larger than the queer community alone for the sort of larger heterosexual community to start talking about it. Sadly, majoritarianism becomes your primary audience motivator, and it is very tragic, which means that a lot of minority narratives get restricted to quote unquote minority spaces, and working actively against that is really important.
In fact, I was raising this point in numerous questions that have come in. There is this idea of these platforms, and sometimes there are nowadays, especially today, there's a huge proliferation of new types of news outlets, usually digital, that are targeted towards one community or the other. These might not be profit driven. Many of them are not. Like, say, there's feminism in India. There is
Dalit Camera.
Yeah, there's Dalit Camera. There's PARI, which is the People's Archive of Rural India. These pick up essentially issues that deal with marginalized, vulnerable communities, and they publish them without a profit motive. So, you do have discourse on queer issues, on feminist issues. In fact, I remember when I was actually in the movement, which was, fighting for justice against rape during the Nirbhaya movement. So, and I remember actually I was an activist at the time, and the CNN journalists were in my bus, and we were, heading to India Gate to protest. And of course, one journalist, very excited in life, comes and tells me that, hey, why don't you guys do more stuff like this? To which I said that, and I was in JNU at the time, I said, the students' movement has been raising issues around women's rights for a very long time, and you guys have not been giving us coverage. Which of course created a slightly awkward moment between the two of us. But, Nirbhaya became news, and it became mainstream news. So many rapes had happened before Nirbhaya, after Nirbhaya, which did not make news. However, something happened which made the Nirbhaya issue news.
Yeah. I guess it just makes me mad when...
Yes, it does. You're absolutely correct, Navya. It does make you mad, and it should make you mad.
It's like when people cover news that has no relevance to anyone whatsoever, but just because like some people are interested in this kind of a news, it gets covered. When some things that actually affects people's life do not get covered just because of the general sentiment
prejudice.
That is around that
prejudice. Let's call it what it is, prejudice.
It is prejudice, yeah.
Navya, let me tell you something that Dr. Roy, who was my first boss, told me when I was just a couple of years older than you, and I was in my sort of first job at NDTV, and I was very excited and very wide-eyed. And Dr. Roy said, look, it's a 4:1 game. You are going to do 4 stories, which you are going to get bored by, you're going to get annoyed by, you're going to be like, how does this matter? I'm not changing the world. And it's fine. But then you get to do the one story that you want to do. And let me tell you, it's worth it holding out for that one story that you want to do, where somebody comes to you years later, and it has happened to me years later, and is like, thank you. I was at a really vulnerable stage and I saw your story and it mattered to me. You made me feel seen. And you're like, that's it. Even if I've done one story like that in my life, it's worth it. All right, let's talk about
Dating.
How to research dating.
All right. So everybody, before you write your story, and this happens to a lot of my students also, they're always in a hurry to get to the writing stage. And that is not necessarily the right way to go about a story. I mean, of course, if you have a tight deadline, you might have to do that. But still, you have to pitch a story to your editor. And in order to do that, your editor is going to ask you some tough questions. So you have to think through the story first and foremost. And I love flowcharts and I love cmaps, so I concept maps, so I bring those out here. But first and foremost, you have to think about what exactly it is that you're talking about. I find that it helps to have a whiteboard, and I just write the topic that I'm writing about on my whiteboard. So I say I write on the whiteboard dating during the pandemic. Then I take keywords, so say dating is a keyword, and I try to think about what dating means. Of course, the easiest thing to do is to look at a dictionary, and the dictionary will usually give you a very conservative definition. According to the dictionary that I looked at before researching this pre-pitch for you guys, it said dating is a stage in a romantic relationship that precedes union formation. Now, that is a slightly, while that is a definition, it's a slightly exclusive definition, because it excludes everybody who's already in a relationship but still has to keep perpetuating it. So, therefore, I redefine it, say, dating as an activity which is responsible in part for the continuity of a romantic relationship. So that's what we're basically talking about. We're talking about how people over the pandemic are able to continue their romantic relationships, and whether they are able to participate in activities that help continue that romantic relationship. Okay, so let's now, of course, this is looking pretty complex. I'm sure that's quite scary for you all. But let's try to think about who is dating. So, like Kajori mentioned, that, when you're looking at the pitch, she talked about how faces are important. Unlike in academia, in journalism, human beings are very, very important. Even when we are doing data analysis, we try to say that, remember that each number is an actual human being. In journalism, that is all the more so. Each person that you're talking about is a human being with identity. So let's think about the kind of people you want to talk about in your story, and it's up to you as to the kind of story you want to do. Uh, who is dating? That's the first question. So we'll just look at sexual identity for now, but then, dating will also differ by other kinds of identities. There is caste, people of different castes will date differently. There is religion, people of different religions will date differently. There is the issue of class, an income group. Both are actually different categories, but we'll come to that. But let's look at sexual identity. Who is dating? Because the relationship or the experience of dating will be different for each kind of person. So, for instance, let's look at a single cis het person. What is a cis het person? A cis person is someone who is born in a particular sexual identity. So, for instance, I claim to be a woman and I am cis female. That means that I am a woman and I was born a woman, right? So, I was born as the identity that I identify with. So let's look at a single cis het person looking for a relationship. This person will have a unique set of challenges around looking for a relationship. There is a very famous journalism professor called Paul Bradshaw at the city of Birmingham in the UK. And he talks about something very interesting. He says, use empathy not as a feeling, sympathy is a feeling, it's a feeling, but use empathy as an investigative tool. That means that you pick yourself up and you put yourself in the body of a single cis het person looking for a relationship, and you start to think, what are my challenges going to be in looking for a relationship? How would I do it in this pandemic, right? I can't meet people. So what do I do? How, if I am looking for a relationship and I can't meet people, then how do I go about it, right? Maybe it'll be Tinder, maybe it'll be Bumble, maybe instead of going on an actual date, we will have long phone calls and chats, but one has to think through that experience by putting oneself in the body of that person. Now, this person can be of a variety of sexual identities. The person can identify as a man, but and a person can identify as a woman. But there are several sexual identities in between male and female that this person could possibly identify with. Cishet people would usually, I suppose, identify with one or the other extreme of the continuum. But now the whole equation changes if you have a cishet person in a relationship looking to sustain it, right? And that person also will be probably of a continuum. Men face different challenges in dating than women do. And, one has to investigate that. Alternately, you could be looking at queer people. So, say you're looking at a single queer person looking for a relationship. The way to investigate that in your story is the same. So, you have to situate yourself in the body of a single queer person using your empathy and your imagination. Remember, empathy is not just a feeling, it's an investigative tool, right? And then you think, what are the kind of bodies I can have? What are the kind of experiences I can have? What is my lived experience going to be like if I'm a single queer person looking for a relationship? And it will differ based on whether I'm a cis man, whether I am a man and I have born a man, whether I was born something else but I want to be a man, whether I was born something else but I want to be a woman, like Caitlyn Jenner, if you guys have heard of her, or if I am a woman and I'm a cis woman, I was born as a woman. Similarly, a single queer person in a relationship will also have a different set of problems altogether. One major question, of course, is going to be, are you living with your parents or not? Or are you living with your partner? If you're living with your parents, one major challenge that will come is whether you have come out to your parents, right? So you have to situate yourself in the body of a single queer person or a queer person in a relationship in order to understand what kind of questions that you're going to ask this person at the interview stage, or when you start to actually investigate your story. So when you pitch your story to your editor, you could pitch it like, I'm interested in how people are sustaining their relationships. I'm interested in how are people who are single looking for relationships. And people are, for instance, if you guys have seen that picture of prom in the United States, teenagers are still going out and dating and clicking pictures at various parts of the city, and it's a pretty risky thing to do, but probably they think it's worth the risk. So that is for you to investigate. Sure, they might be aware of the risks. Are they aware of the risks? If they are, then why are they still going out in public and looking for dates? What is it? And you have to get at it without being judgmental. So we'll get there. Yeah. So, basically when you're pitching to your editor, you can pitch a story as, hey, I want to write a story about single people looking for relationships, single heterosexual people. I'm looking at single queer people looking for relationships. Maybe it could be a combination of the two. I'm looking at single people who are cis-het, but also single people who are queer. So, you'll decide how to tell that story depending on the story that you want to tell, right? And then we come to the process of finding information. In any sociological, anthropological, even economic actually study, there's usually a particular process to finding any kind of information. And the same processes are used in journalism, except of course in journalism, there's a lot less time than in research. One is the recce. I'll come to that. What is the recce? The recce is the only pre-pitch part of it. The rest of it is all post your pitch when the editor says, sure, go ahead and do that story. That's when you do the rest. So I'll come to that. Let me get to the recce. What is a recce? Have any of you ever heard of a recce? I can't really see the chat while I'm screen sharing.
I'm keeping an eye on the chat.
Yeah. Does anybody know what is a recce? RECCE. It actually stands for reconnaissance. Lots of French for you guys. How do you spell reconnaissance? Manya has raised her hand. Shall we?
Yes, sure. I will just see it. Yeah, Manya, I'm just giving you. Yeah, there you go.
Ma'am, yeah, Recce is a process of visiting and looking around a place to find out information.
Exactly. Yeah, she got it.
People,
Mhm. Can you come again,
thank
Manya?
you,
We
ma'am.
couldn't hear you.
Ma'am, for example, in military, the soldiers go and check out a place before setting up camp. That's called Recce.
Of course, yes. The term is borrowed from the military and it's used in both journalism and in film. And I think it should be used in everything else also. It should be used in event management for all, for all that we have.
It should be used in actual dating.
Yeah.
Look, every date is a possible threat. Always do a recce.
Whoa. Kajari, I think you have just destroyed everyone's aspiration.
But ma'am, don't we actually already do this? Like
Well,
whenever
yes, we do. We do.
we
We don't call it a recce, but we
we
should
don't
possibly.
exactly do it that way, but we go on social media and we go on Facebook and Instagram, or wherever we can find it, and we stalk the person and we figure out who they are as a person, or if we say someone and our friends will figure it out for us. But we technically do this every time.
We do.
Excellent.
We don't call it a recce, but we should. It is a military operation.
You guys date much better than I used to date.
That's also because they have social media.
Yeah, that's probably right. But yes, and this could be a great news story. How do people, scout one another out before they date somebody? And, that could be a nice pitch, right? Yeah, sorry, you were saying, Kajri, I interrupted you.
No, it's fine. I was just kidding around. Go on.
So yeah, so as Abigail mentioned and as Manya mentioned, in a military, for the military, recce means to go and check out a location, identify threats. Should I go and set up camp in a valley? Probably not, because then I'm under attack from the mountains. In that case, but are my own bases at the mountains? If they are, then maybe I can use this valley. Similarly in film, right, whenever you are going to shoot, you want to go and see, okay, is this a scenic location? Are we going to get paparazzi here? Is it suitable for the script or not? In journalism, recce basically means getting a feel for the story. So say you're doing recce on dating in the pandemic, the first thing to do essentially is to call up people in your list of contacts, ask them informally, hey, have you been dating anyone in the pandemic? How's your experience been? What have you done? And just make some notes in your diary as to what have you learned. Also check out social media just as you would for a potential date. When you're doing recce for a date, check out social media and see how people have felt about dating in the pandemic. And when you're looking at social media, try to follow some handles which are probably news handles but aren't just your friends and so on. Look for people, look for feminism in India, look for Dalit Camera, look for social media handles that represent people from marginalized groups, and try and see if they have some information on this subject. If you're talking about dating, Feminism in India will have quite a few stories on the subject. Check out Twitter. Twitter is my favorite place to look for information, because I have a code that actually allows me to extract over 400 tweets in one go. But if you don't know how to code, I can teach you how to code. But if you don't know how to code, you can still go on Twitter, look at the interface, and search for the terms dating, and see what people have said about the experience of dating in the pandemic. Then based on your notes, compile your notes, and then come up with a pitch. For example, one good pitch could be, how do people in the digital age during the pandemic, when they can't go out, how do people scout one another out on social media? And why it's important to maintain a good social media profile. That could be a pitch for your editor. Another pitch could be, how are single people looking for relationships, both cis-het people as well as queer people, right? Another could be, how are people in relationships trying to go about dating in the pandemic? How are they helping their relationships continue? Which age groups, how does one's age affect them? Are they living with their parents? How does that affect the process of dating? So yeah, use your empathy, use your understanding of social categories, use your understanding of economics, of politics, and that is how you would create a pitch for your editor. Over to you, Kajari.
Okay. All right.
Are we writing for?
We'll talk about medium in a moment, but we have just at this point reached because we'll talk about medium in the context of specific stories. We've now talked about what a pitch is, and we've talked about how to recce for a pitch. So let's actually go out to the students. If you were asked to pitch stories on dating during the pandemic, what would you pitch? Let's hear ideas. Let's hear ideas, and then we'll talk about how they work for different mediums.
Could you please repeat what you just said?
If you were asked to pitch a story for dating during the pandemic, what would be your pitch and why? And then we'll talk about which medium that pitch would work for.
Oh, Kajari, there is a very interesting conversation going on chat.
A very interesting conversation going on chat. But the chat has been very interesting in general. All right, we've got Arna who wants to talk. Okay, Arna, I'm unmuting you. Go ahead.
Ma'am, my pitch would be how dating has evolved from the pre-pandemic time to this time, and what changes could be there after post-pandemic.
Changes post-pandemic. Okay, all right. So let's keep that in mind. We will come back to this later on. Does anyone else want to pitch? We've got Dheer. Do you want to pitch?
No, I'm not thinking.
Oh, okay. Amulya? I'm just going to allow Amulya to talk.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, how it has opened up a platform for numerous people from different cities and backgrounds to develop a contact online, and how it works out for them even at a distance.
So you were saying that now you would potentially date people who you wouldn't have been looking for or talking to earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's interesting. Let's keep that in mind. Tashvi?
Ma'am, the pitch I would use would be when they date, they have different beliefs and they have different ideologies. So they can discuss it among themselves. That doesn't only help them find their life partner, but also helps them open up to different people.
So you would like to look at beyond dating. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, excellent. That is an interesting pitch. Absolutely. We've got Dhruv. Yes, Dhruv.
Mom,
oh, we've got lots of hands. Let's go to Manya.
Ma'am, I wanted to, ma'am, often people are different online versus offline. For example, lots of introverted people who you meet in person and they don't talk much are really chatty and extroverted over chat and calls. So that can easily deceive the people they are interested in or would be interested in the future if they meet them online.
Okay. I would just obviously let's a quick question here. Would you say that story would also include the fact that it is easier for, say, people with anxiety to date during the pandemic?
It would make it easier, but it would be really deceiving because once the pandemic gets over and they get to meet that person, everything would change. They won't be so comfortable talking in person, and that might affect the relationship a lot.
So is it, are they a different person though? Or is it that you're getting to see a side of a person that you wouldn't otherwise have seen? Think about it, because when you're writing your story, these are the questions that you should be asking yourself. All right, Abigail.
I was saying that a lot of people were already in relationships like pre-pandemic.
I'm sorry, Abigail, could you speak a little louder? I can't hear you at all.
A lot of people were in relationships like pre-pandemic also, and I've seen a lot of like articles that like journalists have written, not just journalists, but just like people who write have written like things you can do to help like your dating life in the pandemic. That could be an interesting story that a lot of people would be interested in reading because they don't know how to sustain that relationship.
Okay.
Because when you're before the pandemic, you're meeting them all the time. You can go out on dates, you can do all these different things. But when it comes to you're just stuck at home and there's only that much you can really, sit and talk to a person on call all day. So there are different things that ideas that people can come up with to see what you can do during the pandemic just together, or just hobbies you can pursue together online. So because I have like friends who are in a relationship who have taken up a drama course together just so that they would have something to do. So stuff like that.
Sure. How to sustain a relationship. Very important, very interesting. But as you've mentioned, Abby, there are a lot of articles which have already been written on this. What new angle or twist will you bring to it? All right, think about that. Yes, Krishavir.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I have a question. Just can you just keep the chat for panelists only, because it's kind of distracting with the spam coming in and it's relevant to the discussion which we're having.
Sure. Okay. We'll just take care of that. All right. Let's go over to Sonia.
Ma'am, I want to say that as much as we deny it, physically meeting people often develop a prejudice about how they look and what clothes they wear and all. But in online, you can directly know the person by talking, how they are on the inside.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Let's see who else we have. Let's take one more comment before we move on, Ruchira.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay. Let's go over to Agrima.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, so from my point of view, I believe that you don't really know a person online. So online dating, don't do it.
Okay, so don't date people online. All
you
right.
may not trust them, right? So please don't.
A hard pitch will be on the dangers.
On the dangers of dating online. Absolutely, fair enough. Okay, all right. So.
All right, so we are done with the pitches. That went by pretty fast, and it was very, very exciting.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pitches, which have come from the students here. So now let's take a look at how those pitches make it to the screen or the magazine or the internet. 1 second. Yeah. Let's talk about stories and mediums. And then, so I'm going to briefly talk you through each kind of sort of larger overall medium. And then we will look at where your pitches fit in all of these. Yeah?
Yeah. Most people are saying yeah.
Great. I'm glad we're all in agreement. If I can everyone see the slide?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. So the story and the medium, which story do you tell in which medium? So let's start with the oldest school of the traditional news mediums, which is obviously print and the newspaper. Now, if we look at the original, sort of the absolute OG of news, that is always going to be person to person. It's gossips, it's rumors, it's going to the river to get water and being like, did you hear about what so and so ka beta has been up to, and so on and so forth, right? It's gossip. News at the heart of it is gossip. It always will be. And so you go from one place to the other. You tell X, you tell who tells Y, who tells Z, and that's how information has traditionally been spread. Then you invented the printing press, and everybody was like, okay, great, now we can just distribute material, and we don't have to wait for, my mother's second cousin's first husband's child's best friend to tell me what has happened. I can get information directly because it's now available in a broader basis. Okay, so ever since news as an industry developed, the newspaper and the written word was the first form of spreading news at a large scale level. And the newspapers in the good old days, basically you had three kinds. We are at the moment only going to talk about two. You had what was called the broadsheet and the tabloid. The broadsheet, as the name may suggest, was bigger newspapers. They were sort of much more political. They were meant for a more elite audience. They were meant for the kind of person who had the time to sit down, open their newspaper with their morning cup of coffee or tea, and go through it carefully at their leisure, flip through the pages. Tabloids were smaller, and they were literally the word tablet. If you look at your, say, Samsung or your Apple or whatever you're using, that's where it comes from. It's small, it's easy to handle, you can read it on the go, and it was meant essentially for quote unquote lower class people. So if you were taking a train to your mining job or whatever it is that you were doing at that point in time, you were carrying your tablet. And so it had a lot of illustrations. It was seen as much more sensationalist. It was seen as much less quote unquote sophisticated. But in both formats, there were a couple of things which were common. One, you had to have a really short, really catchy headline. You had a number of short pieces which covered a sort of broad system of things. So and these pieces by and large, and this was true in the 1700s when newspapers came around, and it's true today in 2021, it's between 800 to 1000 words. You will almost never see a newspaper piece which is more than 1000 words unless it's an absolutely ridiculously massive story. And you will have some form of illustration, either a photograph or a cartoon or something else which goes along with it to give a certain sort of visual touch to the story. So these are your primary elements. Then you have and then the newspaper are divided into pages, because not everybody wants to read everything. And obviously, unlike today, where you can curate your experience on the internet, when you bought a newspaper, you bought the full newspaper. You couldn't go up to a newspaper sell vendor and be like, excuse me, I would only like the sports page. The newspaper vendor would be like, please get out of here. So you would buy the whole newspaper, and then you would take out the sports page and you would read that. And then you would say, read the cartoon page. And then you were like, I have no interest in politics, and you would just put it away. But it allowed you to basically pick and choose within the limitations of the 24 pages of a newspaper. A newspaper, again, depending on tabloid or broadsheet, it's 24 to 32 pages, will give you different pages based on themes. So you have politics, you have city, you have international, you have sports, you have entertainment, you have cartoons, you have opinions, you have these different pages, and you pick and choose what you want. Now, newspaper articles, because they are so short, have to be entirely to the point, entirely factual, and entirely just, they have no room or space to do anything other than tell you the immediate information that is relevant to you. They are written either on the day of an event or immediately after an event. So they're published within hours, depending on when, obviously, your newspaper is going to print, within hours of something happening, or at most within a day of something happening. And they have a very specific structure. They start with the immediate event. So let's say an immediate event like MIT has just released a report which says that 35% of relationships ended in the first 3 months of lockdown in the US. That's your immediate report. That's your peg. It's a peg that comes from the outside rather than from the inside. It is what has been seen as a newsworthy item. You then get a couple of quotes to flesh out the story. So you give your immediate peg. You talk to, let's say, a relationship therapist. You talk to somebody who has broken up. You see if you can get a quote from the professor in MIT who published the study. And then you finish off with very, very briefly, if you have the time for it, saying, obviously, the pandemic has led to lockdowns, which has led to isolation, which has led to, a lack of being able to connect with your significant other, whatever it is that you want to say. And that's it. You don't have the time to explore the emotions of it, the sentiments of it. It's very cut and dried, to the point, factual, straightforward. That's it. But, of course, that is not the only form. You have magazine articles, or what are called feature articles and feature stories. And feature stories tend to be longer, in fact, significantly longer. A regular feature story is 1,500 to 3,000 words long, and a magazine article needs to have a peg. It needs to be rooted in a relevant context. You can't just be like, I'm going to write my feature story on like something completely arbitrary that nobody wants to currently read about. It has to have a relevant context in the here and now, but it doesn't have the same need for immediacy. So you can write a story about something that is not rooted in something that happened today. It could have happened 2 weeks ago. It could have happened a month ago. It could be something that has increasing repercussions. And it allows you to go into a story in much more detailed, nuanced ways, case studies, anecdotes, in-depth analysis. You don't have to structure it in the cut and dried fashion of a newspaper. You can use much more descriptive language. You can really sort of give people an insight through writing into a larger, more more luxurious narrative, if you will. A feature story lets you talk about people in a way that a pure news report doesn't. So, for example, let's say you did a story on how there's been an increase in online matrimonial ads during the pandemic, because there are lots of parents who are like, oh my God, my child is 25 years old. They will never get married. We will die without grandchildren. We may die right now because, there is a pandemic on. And so there has been a huge rise in online matrimonial ads because everybody is just so anxious right now to make some kind of human connection. So let's say you find a case study of a person who went online and put up a matrimonial ad and has found somebody that they're going to get married to. You talk about them. So you talk about, say, 24-year-old XYZ who works in such and such place, does such and such thing, very independent. Before the pandemic was, out dating. Now in the last year has gotten increasingly anxious about the ways to date online and has decided that she wants to go back to the online matrimonial format. Finds Shadi.com more reliable than OkCupid, let's say, right? And so you talk about why they signed up, how they signed up, do interviews with them, all of those things. Explain what online matrimony is, how it ties back to the traditional ways of the arranged marriage, but how it also diverts from the traditional ways of the arranged marriage. It looks at marriage politics. It looks at that. You can talk very briefly, for example, about the success of, what was the Netflix show called, Ruchira? The Seema Tapadia show.
Indian matchmaking.
That's right. So you can talk
a review on it.
Huh?
One of our students wrote a review on it.
Oh my God.
Review. Yeah, she just decimated it.
As you should. It was a very decimatable documentary. But yeah, so you explain what online matrimony is, talk about how it is maybe talk about how it's reinforcing Indian stereotypes, talk about how heteronormative it is, how as fundamentally casteist it can be. You may want to engage with the fact that it's actually in some cases breaking those stereotypes as well, and if so, how. Do bring in a few more anecdotes and case studies, interview people who run the site, and you've got this long form piece which takes you through a much larger, broader view on what this specific problem has been like in a much more personalized, informative way, bringing in much more context and detail. So that's the magazine. So like print, television has two formats as well, the report and the documentary. And the similarities are broadly there, except of course the format fundamentally changes because television in both the report and the documentary is a visual format. So a report, which is what you see on news channels by and large, is very short, very immediate, broadcast within minutes to an hour of an event happening. We were told 1.5 minutes. These days, it's about 2 to 3 minutes long at most. Ideally, it should be shorter. The report is not here to give you context. It's not here to give you nuance. It is just giving you visuals, a sense of presence, a sense of immediacy. This is happening right now, right here at this point. Lets the images do the talking rather than the words. The language is very simple, very straightforward, very conversational. And the job of the spoken word is to fill in the context that the visuals don't show. There is a very standard structure to the television report, which is introduction of visuals, soundbite, possibly graphics, another soundbite, report a piece to camera. You can literally put together like a cut-to-cut edit of a standard news report. So, for example, let's say you were doing a story on catfishing in online dating. So you'd have an intro talking about somebody who was basically catfished. Someone misrepresented themselves, and so you got a soundbite from the person who was catfished. You obviously blur out their face if they don't consent to be seen on camera. Consent is incredibly important when it comes to reportage, particularly on TV, because guaranteeing their anonymity, on any visual medium really, because guaranteeing their anonymity becomes so important. So you get a soundbite if they agree. You get maybe another soundbite on the dangers of dating online. You get graphics explaining what catfishing is, and then you have a reporter piece to camera saying, this is just one case of many that we have heard about in the last few months, and you need to be very careful about the risks of online dating. So that would be a short 1.5 to 2 minute report based on an immediate, say, criminal case that has been lodged about catfishing. Got it? Meanwhile, you've got the documentary, and the documentary is much more elaborate and much more flexible. And it lets you really, again, much like the feature story does, really lets you get into the feel of the story. Now, one major difference, probably the biggest difference between print and television, is that in print, you are always paraphrasing or rewriting what someone says to you. Even when it is an absolutely like word-to-word quote, you are still writing it down for them. In TV or documentary, you let them say it in their own words to the camera. And so a documentary, actually, a good, really well-made documentary, really allows you to center the subject in a way that possibly no other format does. A decent documentary is shot over weeks, sometimes months. In a couple of cases, I can think of even years. It is usually about half an hour at the minimum to an hour and a half long. Your sort of full-fledged big scale documentaries can be longer. We're now also seeing documentary series, which are obviously, episodic and go into different kinds of sort of details and looks. Unlike the news report, a documentary follows the lives of people. It weaves a very careful narrative pattern. It allows for a certain kind of staging. For example, if you want to shoot a documentary with a scene of, let's say you're shooting a family and you want to shoot a bunch of people sitting around the table eating. You are like, please sit down. I am going to put plates like this. You can stage a scene in a documentary in a way that you can't in a news report, because a news report is much more urgent and in the here and now. You want to establish that urgency. In a documentary, you want to establish the emotion. It allows for a more complex script. It allows for shots that are allowed to breathe. It allows for a window into another world, really. It is film. It's a good documentary, like a good fiction film, is a window into someone else's life, or the lives of multiple other people. But of course, the primary difference is one of them is rooted in the truth and the other is fiction. But you let them tell their story, you let them become the film itself. And so a documentary could start with a long, slow shot of a couple walking 6 feet apart in Lodi Garden. And then you could flash back to the beginning of the pandemic, introduce each of these people individually, and then we accompany them on their journey to how they got here. And a documentary allows you to do that in a way that you could do it in print, but then you could do it in a full-length feature story, but then it wouldn't be their voices in the same way. This way, they get to take you on that journey, and I, the storyteller, am a conduit for just structuring that conversation. And whereas feature story, I play a much more active role in the questions I ask and what I do. Here, a documentary is much more immersive, much more visual, and allows things to really sort of seep in a way that the print format doesn't. And finally, of course, there's online media. And online media is a combination of newsprint, television, with all sorts of new features thrown in for good measure. You can read a story, watch a story, interact with a story, all of these at the same time. And it is both immediate and contemplative, and it is promptly updated. You can hyperlink things, time and space. So with printed space, with TV, it's time. These are the major constraints of these. Time and space are not a constraint for multimedia. You can host a short news report and a documentary in the same space. The audience can access all of them at the same time if they want to. And so you can have a story about a print story about new dating apps, which hyperlinks to a documentary about catfishing, which can then have an attached online game that allows a simulation of dating online. You can do all of these things in the same space simultaneously. Ruchira, yes. This is a great point where to talk about then how we start researching for this and which story would work for what format.
Well, which story will work for what format? I will, leave
to the students. Shall we leave it to the students?
I mean, I'll leave it to you mostly, but we have a lot of questions, and
let's take a few questions.
Has his hand up for a very long time. So
come, let's take a few questions.
Satvik? Oh, he disappeared as soon as.
Actually, I didn't check it was up for so long. Sorry.
Okay, all right. Manya and there's Agrima, Manya, Abigail, and Dheer who have their hands up. Which one? Yeah.
Ma'am, when you started talking about online dating, I remember there was a story in the tabloid. I don't think, the Hindustan Times every Sunday it gives out a magazine along with the Sunday newspaper, and there was a story in it. It was an experiment about 3 people, all from different backgrounds. One of them relied on apps for dating, the second one on conversations, and the third one on God. And it was an experiment on who will in this the therapist who's mentioned here said that the person who has the apps, the person who keeps checking her apps, for example, Hinge, and especially during this pandemic.
Mani, I can't hear you very well. Could you come again? Yeah, just give me the last bit because we couldn't get that out. Hello?
Ma'am, what I was saying was that ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So the therapist who was mentioned here, who answered the questions, her answer was that the person who relies on online dating will be the one who will find her soulmate first out of all the 3 experiments.
Oh, is this an
interesting
experimental idea? Wow, that sounds
yes, it was in Hindustan.
Oh,
I don't think that's true.
Well, if one has to sit down and talk about experiments, they are a whole other ball game. I actually kept them out of my section on research methods because
neither of us are psychologists, and we really shouldn't be running experiments.
Because ideally, and I would actually be a little hesitant about newsrooms running experiments, because even at the university level, when we run experiments in economics or sociology, then we have to go through an ethics board. Because and there are very scary situations that have happened because of experiments. Like there's this I mean, you guys must have heard Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo won the Nobel Prize, the Bank of Sweden Prize in memory of Alfred Nobel for economics. And what they are famous for is basically running these randomized control trials where they do experiments on human beings, and through that
where they basically gave one village things and not another village.
Yeah, which they
long story short.
Yeah, exactly. That's basically what they do. Like, you take, say, I take all of you, 569 of you, divide you into two groups at random, and then I allow then I give one group of you access to social media and I give the other group no access or something like that. Then that is the kind of experiment they will run. The problem is at this point, RCTs have gone to absurd lengths. In Kenya, they actually shut down one village's water supply. And that kind of thing.
So ethics are deeply complicated when it comes to these kinds of things. And as Ruchira pointed out, you have academic ethics board committees which are keeping an eagle eye on you. Newsrooms have no committees of any kind. Sadly, it is something that newsrooms should have, but you can, for any one of you who have watched television in the last, few years, you can see that ethics is not the strongest point of some of our people.
I mean, they have, like, say, our dean, Professor Tom Goldstein, he is actually an ethics consultant for Bloomberg. So they do have some ethics boards that keep an eye, but it's mostly on a consultation business. It's not that, if they have to run the story, they have to first run it by the ethics board, because that would slow down the process of finding news. So they don't do that, and that's why it gets a bit concerning. And that's why, at least it might be what I feel, but this is why I feel the way I feel, that newsrooms should definitely not be running experiments.
And here's the thing, you can also, when you're looking at, say, a format like TV, you can't run an experiment because you don't have the time.
Yeah, exactly.
You're just like, I'm getting this out. And if you then pretend you're running experiments, you're doing it in a rush, and it can be incredibly dangerous.
One thing you could do is try to collaborate with the university, run the experimental project through the review board of the university, and have the students do it and report it only when the results are, through. That's one way of doing it. But otherwise, ideally you shouldn't run your own experiments. You can report on other people's experiments, but there again, you have to keep an eye on the ethics and, the methodology, how the information was collected. Now that brings me to the process of finding information, post pitch. So at this point, you have gone to your editor, you have pitched your story. We've had several interesting pitches coming in, such as the hazards of online dating, and other kinds of problems. In fact, the chat has totally blown up about the hazards of online dating.
Absolutely. And I'm glad it's blowing up with the hazards of online dating. These people should be aware that there are risks involved, and I'm glad they are.
Best. I was much more naive when I was 17, Kajori. But anyhow, now that you've done this, now you have to go about and actually research your story. Usually in social science, there are 4 other steps that people undertake to do their research. Not all of which are possible for a newsroom. For a newsroom, you can try different ways, and it also depends on the format you're writing for. For instance, if you're writing for a news report, like a newspaper, you won't be able to, have a lot of space to do very much. So if you're writing on dating for a news report, maybe it would help to have, say, one poll on do you think online dating is hazardous, like a simple question, and collect responses, present a small chart, and then interview or get a few bites or a few quotes from one or two people who have responded to your survey. You shouldn't go much more in depth. But if you're writing for a magazine, say you're writing for The Economist, a project like this would be very, very interesting for The Economist. If you're writing for The Economist, you would want to spend a little bit more time on doing this kind of work. Ideally, as a journalist, the best, you have one advantage, that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You can always go to academics who have already done this kind of work. So, it helps to maintain relationships with people in academia and to stay in touch with the kind of research that is going on. So if there is a professor who is working on dating, who's a psychology professor, just contact that person and ask for a bite, ask if there are any recent studies you should look at, and, report and summarize those studies in an accessible way. That's one thing you can do. Alternately, if you really want to do your own research, then there would be 4 steps to do it. One is a focus group discussion. So at this point, when you were pitching and you did your recce, you spoke to a few people on social media, some of your own friends, and you got a feel of whatever it is that you're studying. A focus group discussion basically involves inviting a group of people to sit down and discuss certain issues, right, which have to do with dating during the pandemic, and you can then report on those discussions and then maybe do some in-depth interviews with 1 or 2 people. That's one possibility. With You can do a survey. I would not recommend it unless you're writing for long form, like you're writing for a magazine, or if you're writing for multimedia, surveys are very good for that, because there are lots of tools which help you visualize that information very well. So you can do surveys then. If you are writing a questionnaire, then once again, you have to bring forth your empathy and try to channelize your empathy when it comes to the question of what questions are you going to ask. So for instance, if you're looking at single cishet people looking for relationships, the first question you're going to ask is, so where do you live? Do you live alone or do you live with family? Then you will ask, okay, so you're looking for a relationship. How do you meet potential partners? Don't judge, don't say, like, say if this person says that I ran away, jumped over the wall and went to meet XYZ, don't judge, because you don't know very much about this person. So as a journalist or as a scholar, you should never be quick to judge and, say, do you realize what you've done? You're going to cause a COVID bubble. Don't do that. So rather you say, okay, so you jumped over the wall and went to meet a potential partner. Were there any risks involved? And if there were risks, why did you do that? Like, or rather you can say, were you aware of those risks? Did you take those risks into consideration when you did that? Right? But in most cases, they won't tell you that they jumped over the wall and went to meet a potential partner. Rather, they will tell you that I met we meet over a chat room or on WhatsApp or something. And then you will ask, okay, what are the challenges that you face? One possible challenge would be the issues with WhatsApp privacy. Now WhatsApp until now is end-to-end encrypted, but the government wants WhatsApp to actually look at messages and try to identify the source of a problematic fake news kind of message. And that means that WhatsApp will actually have to read your chats. Now that is a bit scary. Imagine somebody reading your personal chats, right? So that would be a potential challenge that people who are cishet, single, trying to find a partner, those people will face these problems. Similarly, if you're looking at the cishet people sustaining a relationship, then the first question you're going to ask is, are you living together or are you not living together? If you're living together, then try to put yourself in the situation of a heterosexual couple living together. Are you facing challenges in living in such close quarters? There is no avenue to spend time away from one another, so you're spending unhealthy amounts of time together. You probably don't want to say that, you don't want to make judgments, but you want to say, okay, are you facing challenges in living in close quarters? Do you sometimes want to spend time away from one another? What do you do to get me time? What are the challenges that you're facing in continuing your relationship when you're living together in close quarters, right? You also want to ask the question, okay, suppose you're not living together. So if you're not living together, then are you facing challenges meeting one another and sustaining this relationship? What are the challenges that you're facing? How do you meet one another, right? So yeah, basically put yourself in that person's shoes, don't judge, and most importantly, don't ask leading questions. Whether you're interviewing or whether you're writing a questionnaire, you don't want your questions to predetermine the answer. Like, say, for example, if you say, I hope you are not jumping over the wall and going to meet your partner in the time of pandemic. You don't want to do that, because then most people will say, oh, of course, the answer is no. So don't predetermine your answers. That's the most important thing with any kind of questionnaire design. Then yeah, so if you're a queer person, you want to ask, okay, are you living alone, are you living with family? If you're a queer person living with family, the biggest issue that you will have is whether or not you have come out to your family. So if you don't mind us asking, have you come out to your family? Then you ask, how do you meet potential partners? What are the challenges that you face? When with my students, for instance, when I had them design questionnaires for surveys, one mistake they often made is to try to limit their questionnaires to very close-ended questions. They would say that we want to reduce the respondents' time in answering that question. From what I've read from Bill Gilham and from other sociologists, I think that is not a good thing to do, because again, you end up predetermining your questions. So ideally, you should ask a mixture of close-ended and open-ended questions. Don't ask too many yes-no questions. 1 or 2 is fine. Living together, yes, no, that's fine. But also give the respondent a chance to tell you things that you have not anticipated, that will challenge you and challenge your, challenge the hypothesis that you have. So always allow your respondents to challenge you. Similarly, if you're looking at a queer person in a relationship, again, you'll ask, are you living together? Are you not living together? If you're not living together, there is a whole length and breadth of challenges. Have you come out to your family? Are you facing challenges meeting one another? What are the challenges that you're facing? How are you meeting? And sometimes you might even have to hide this from your family. So that too is a challenge, right? When you're building a questionnaire, think about who your questionnaire is for, and based on that, lead your questions. And don't try to get people to a predetermined kind of answer. And this will change depending on the kind of medium that you're writing for. If it's a news story, it will be short, it will be crisp. If you're writing a news story, it's probably safer to allude to somebody else's work, present their results.
You're almost always going to use someone else's work as a peg.
Yeah.
That's going to be your in, if you will, because newspapers, because they're so rooted in what is happening in the here and now, it'll have to be rooted in someone else's work, not your own analysis. Features, on the other hand, give you much more flexibility. I think we're out of time at this point. It's been 2 hours just whizzed by. We had some great pitches, some great questions and comments from the students. And now we've taught you how to think about a story. We've talked to you about how to create a pitch. We've talked to you about how to research for it. And obviously, if you want to figure out how to write those stories, can't do that in 2 hours. You're going to have to come to JSJC, which is where we're going to teach you how to do it. All right. Ruchira and I are going to drop our email addresses in the chat box for anyone who has any follow-up questions that they might want to take up with us later. And let's say we take 2 more questions just as we wrap up.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, go ahead. Who shall we? Let's get, is there anyone here?
No.
We've got Arohi.
Okay, Arohi.
Arohi.
Ma'am,
Yes,
so like the newspapers have to be made daily, and they're supposed to be printed and distributed. So what is the logistics of it all, and like how do reporters and writers do it so fast just in a day?
So this is actually one of the reasons why newspaper articles by definition have to be super short. So you have the newsroom is set up in a way where you've got what's called the input desk, you've got what's called the output desk, and you've got what's called the reporter's desk. So the input desk gets some sort of original calls about certain events that are happening. Reporters who are in touch with their major beats get information about things which are happening. So let's say you have a contact in the police. You call the police every morning and you're like, hey, is there any story which you think I should do today? And that's how you start getting this information. You then talk to you have an editorial meeting where you're like, this is my pitch for the story I'm doing today. Then your editor is like, go ahead and do it. You have 4 hours. If you're lucky, that's in print. If you're in television, you have 40 minutes. You go, you shoot, or you interview, you write, you send back. It's given to the output desk who put it together. If it's a video, they edit it like on FCP or whatever is being used. If it's print, they put it in the layout. It's then sent to the printer and it is printed out and is ready. Usually it's printed out overnight and it's usually ready for distribution at around 3. This is actually quite complex. And again, we don't have the time for it, but the logistics of it are incredibly detailed. All right, I think on that, we are going to have to call it an afternoon. I am going to just very quickly put in my email ID in the chat box. Please, if there are any questions you have about journalism, about anything we have discussed today, feel free to get in touch. And hopefully we'll see some of you in half an hour where we talk about journalism today. Which is an even larger, weirder question, which we haven't really had the time to go into because we haven't talked about multimedia enough. All right. Thank you, guys. And it's been great talking to you. Take care. Bye.
At 12:30. See you at 12:30.
See you at 12:30.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Dear students, this is just to announce that it is a session break. So we have just ended with our workshop, and the second session will begin at 12:30. So it's just a break. You can go and have your lunch if you want. You can have tea or coffee or have water, and you can log in again by 12:25. So we look forward to see you all at 12:25 p.m. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Shall we get started? Ruchira, you're on mute.
Yes, it's 12:31 and
Yes.
lots of people, 415. I think we can get started.
Let's get started. Let's so that we can get to questions as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
really.
That's the best.
Okay, I am going to share my screen. Hopefully it's visible to everyone. And let's talk. So we've talked about formats, and we've talked about writing, and we've talked about pitching, and we've talked about all of those things. Now we're going to talk specifically about journalism as a profession and journalism as an education, and why you should go for the first and learn the second. So I'm very, very briefly going to talk about all of these points, and Ruchira, jump in whenever you feel like it, because we've actually some of these points we've repeated in the workshop earlier, so we don't need to spend too much time on these, but just for a quick overview. So first of all, what is it that a journalist does? And as we, I think, just talked about constantly in the workshop, journalists are storytellers. That is what we do. That is our professional obligation. We tell stories. We are professional communicators. Our job is to understand the tools of communication and tell each story in the best way possible using those tools of communication. But that's not all we do, because not all stories are equal in the eyes of either the journalist or the audience. There are certain responsibilities that journalists should have. We are a window to a wider world. When you're living in your little sort of cocoon, whatever that may be, whether you're sort of male or female, upper class, middle class, whether you're whatever your sexual orientation may be, however you identify yourself regarding sort of nationality or area, language, culture, whatever, there is a world out there. There are millions of people who are living through different kinds of experiences. And it's important that you know it, that you're not limited to your own cocoon. And a journalist's job is to open that window to that wider world with as much sort of definitive accuracy and empathy as possible. And most importantly, I think, a journalist's job is to speak for those who go unheard. We do not speak for the privileged. We do not speak for the powerful. We question them. We speak for those who have no other way of making their voices heard. So whose stories are you telling? With how much empathy are you telling those stories? And why are you telling those stories? With what tools are you telling those stories? All of these are the questions that journalists deal with every day. Ruchira?
Yeah. When we talk about the voices for marginalized people, one of the most important things that we have to remember is that the extent to which we can do our job depends on the kind of business model that is supporting us. So, for instance, if we are very dependent on advertising revenue, which is depending on TRPs, then there will be a tendency for a pressure on journalists to stick to the kind of stories that boost up the TRPs. Recently, I think the Sushant Singh Rajput case, possibly it's drawn as much of discussion because of its effect on the TRPs. This hypothesis has not yet been tested, but we would like to test it to understand that.
In fact, one of our students is writing a thesis on it right now.
Yeah, and we should do more work on that, honestly, because it is a very interesting phenomena as to why profit-seeking TRPs drive a particular type of news. However, and I tried to make this very clear in the chat and in some of my conversations with these students, with our attendees today, which is that, there are alternative business models. Not all business models have to be profit seeking. For instance, if you guys have heard of a really great digital news outlet called India Spend, they are a philanthropic, they are funded by a foundation which, allows them to do their reportage. Pari is funded by a foundation. It's in part philanthropic. Many of these new age digital outlets, I think Wire also in part is funded by philanthropy, but Wire is also heavily supported by people who read it. And in subscribers, and the share of subscribers in the Wire is increasing rapidly. New York Times is funded by subscribers, but we've discovered that New York Times subscriptions have more to do with their soft news outlets like NYT Cooking, NYT Crossword. There's something called Wirecutter, which is news on which gadgets to buy, and it basically has reviews of gadgets, which is of course very interesting and very good to read, but probably not hard news. But that's how the NYT manages it.
Ruchira, this is a really important issue, and we'll talk about this a little further going ahead, because it raises the question of the digital platform and the implications of the digital platform. So let's put a pin on that and we'll come back to it.
Right.
So now, why do journalists do this job? And it's a very difficult job. It's a very thankless job. There were days that I would be working like literally 17, 18 hours. I would sleep at office, I would wake up, I would anchor, I would go back out into the field, I would come back in, I would file my story, I would sleep. And there are just days and days and days you spend like that. Until I moved to academia, I don't think I had spent a Diwali with my family in like 8 years. You don't get holidays, you don't get time off. Your friends are like, we never see you. There is a reason that there is actually fairly high burnout. So why would anyone get into this profession? It's a perfectly legitimate question to ask. Well, this is why we do it. We do it because it matters. You speak truth to power. You question authority. You highlight issues. You raise awareness. You take data, you crunch that data, and then you put a human face to it. So it's not numbers anymore. It's people. It's people whose lives are being affected. And most importantly, you are a critical cog in the democratic process. You are the ones who are telling the voters of the country what is happening around them, what is it that they need to know, what is it that their leaders are doing or are failing to do. You are the front line for these very, very critical matter. And you do this job because you care about these things. You care about being a part of the larger processes of humanity and egalitarianism and democracy. And you care about ensuring that there is accountability in the system. Ruchira?
Yeah, and when you talk about, for instance, the idea of putting a human face to statistical data, which is our third point here. Now that is actually very important. And say I'm an economist, right? And we deal with a lot of statistical data. But the difference between our work and journalism is that economics is about statistics as statistics. And journalism, particularly data journalism, is about going beyond the numbers into the people who each number represents. When you're looking at data, like statistical data, it's very important to remember that each piece of data is a mother who is going hungry and is being unable to breastfeed her child. Right? Each piece of data is a Dalit person who has been lynched in broad daylight with other people just watching, right? So one has to often look at the real human faces beneath that data. There is, for instance, one of my favorite stories, news stories, which I've read in the Al Jazeera. They have and it's very relevant today. It's actually a 2015 story, but it's very relevant today because of what's happening in Gaza right now. Al Jazeera went and surveyed each household in East Jerusalem, which has been demolished because Israel demolished them. So it went and took the latitude and longitude, mapped it on the map of Israel, and on the multimedia platform, if you click on each latitude and longitude, you get into the platform sort of zooms you into that house which has been demolished. And usually at that point, a member of Al Jazeera is speaking to someone whose house has been demolished. And this person is talking about the memories that he had in that house, where his kids used to play, the olive tree that he grew, which had to be cut down because the house was demolished, right? So that, and I once spoke to an data journalist, Roshan Kishore, who once told me, Ruchira, say what you will, but journalists are more important than economists. And I had to admit, I mean, he said that to provoke me.
And Roshan is an economist turned journalist.
Yeah. And he said that to provoke me, I think. But I think he was absolutely right. And I very humbly agreed that, yes, journalists are definitely more important than economists.
Okay. All right. Now, traditionally, you had, and we've discussed this, two forms. You had print, which is newspapers, magazines, tabloids, and pamphlets. And you had broadcast, which is either audio broadcast like radio, or television, documentaries, that kind of formatting. Today, of course, the world has changed. So let's talk about something that you guys have literally never lived without. Ruchira and I have spent at least some time in a world which didn't have the internet. But for you guys, this is just the reality that you live in. So how did the internet change the world? Well, access to information and methods of access were transformed forever. So let's look at the movement of the World Wide Web. What is the World Wide Web? The World Wide Web is this sort of immense, I mean, just the proportions of it are ridiculous, connections of everything around the world, and therefore data sources from around the world. And you can now, earlier, if you wanted to find out about something, you would have to go perhaps to a library, see if there was a book that had been written on it, and if there hadn't, or if it wasn't there in your library, well, then too damn bad, there is no way that you can learn about it. What you are seeing on your TV is the only source you have. What you're getting in your newspaper is the only source you have. What you have in your library is the only source you have. That's it. Today, there is an infinite number of resources. You can Google anything and it will pop up. And therefore, there was, for a lot of people, this was the ultimate democratization of information, really. It means that nobody gets to gatekeep information anymore. And obviously, that's a huge, huge thing. It has its problems, and we'll talk about those. But it basically means that everyone can, if they want, be a journalist. But is it that simple? We'll get to that. Social media becomes very dominant then. So you start off with the internet as a space for information, but then it evolves really over the last 11 to 12 years as a space for communication, and in particular through social media apps of various kinds. So now, very often, people are not even going to Google something, or they're not going to go to a news source to find it. They're just going through their Insta feed. And a communication tool has become an information tool, which is unheard of, really, in modern news history. It was heard of prior to that, because that's how it originally happened. But right now, it's a new unfiltered method of exchanging information. So information, my point here is that information is spreading in a rapid, uncontrollable, unverified way, because everybody has a right to their opinion on the internet. And a lot of people don't have the information, knowledge, or background to know whether that information is accurate or not. And they're accepting all kinds of information uncritically without doing any further research. And that's fair enough. That's what most people do. They like to have information presented to them. But now that there's infinite information presented to them, they just want to believe the one that they find most convenient. And that is a problem. And as Ruchira was mentioning a short while earlier, financing has shifted from the media house to the media aggregator. How many of you, I'm sure a lot of you, use InShorts? InShorts is a media aggregator. So when you're looking at news in InShorts who's getting paid without doing any work. All they're doing is picking up stories from like 1,000 other outlets and putting them in one place. You're not paying any of those outlets. InShorts is getting paid for no labor. And this is a problem because when we were talking about non-TRP models, if your media houses aren't getting money, then they have no choice but to look at the more dangerous kinds of funding sources, which compromises them further. Ruchira?
Exactly. And that is, one of the major reasons why Google now, let's say the Google News Initiative, is really trying to shift funding towards news producers. It's because when Google launched Google News, it realized it was an aggregator and it's basically aggregating news from different channels. But, doing that is basically like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. The people who are producing your content, they are being starved of resources. So very soon you will have no content. Therefore, it's an unsustainable model. And therefore, Google has to spend a lot of money now in simply, trying to push innovation in journalism and trying to support journalists.
So I'm sure you guys may have heard of it because this happened like 3 months ago, but Australia, the Australian government was in full-blown war with Facebook because the Australian government said, if you're going to be publishing, putting up anything by Facebook on anything by any Australian news producer, so the Australian Broadcasting Corporation or the Sydney Post or any of these, you have to pay them a cut. And Facebook was like, we're not going to pay them. And so basically the Australian government was like, if you're not going to pay them, we're going to ban you. And it was war. They came to terms and agreements later on, but for 3 days Facebook was banned in Australia because they refused to pay the news producers. So this is a very, very real issue today, and it's an issue that which is still evolving and will be evolving, I think, even by the time you guys reach your professional stage. So what does it mean for journalism? Journalists today have to do a lot more than journalists like even like 12 years ago when I started working. 12, 13 years ago when I started working, a lot more. Journalists have to, and I think most importantly, find ways to build trust with the public. I took a very quick look at some of the questions coming in, and a lot of people were like, but what about journalists who are colluding with the government to spread misinformation? And I'm like, excellent question. And you know why you're asking that? You're asking that because you don't trust the journalist. It is the job of the journalist to build trust. You should listen to me and be like, this person has done their research. This person put in the work. I believe this person. And how that process of trust building is going to work is, again, an evolving process, because journalists were just used to putting news out there and being trusted at face value. That's not true anymore. There are like 20 people who will be like, you are a tool of the government. How are you going to contradict them? How are you going to resist that allegation? You have to furnish those proofs. And that's the biggest exercise in front of journalism today. They have to combat misinformation. They have to combat propaganda. There are amazing outlets like Pratik Sinha's Alt News, who are doing that on a daily basis. Every bit of fake news that is doing the rounds, they're on the job combating it, putting it out there. They're today, and of course, the big controversy with Twitter. Twitter is now labeling things as misleading information. So not only journalists, but also platforms are now trying to build up an ecosystem whereby there is a certain reliability of information. Journalists have to understand and integrate the traditional ethical values of journalism with the modern tools of speed, of short formats, of quick sort of let's go kind of journalism, which is the need of the hour today. But it still has to be verified. It still has to be ethical. How are you quick and accountable at the same time? Can you do it? How do you do it? Important questions. Journalists have to work with audiences. For too long, journalists have spoken to audiences. Today, it's a collaborative effort. Journalists have to work with their audience to create an information ecosystem. They have to be like, okay, your concerns are valid. And they have to use all of these new tools that have been given to them in only the last decade to try and figure out a whole new form of journalism. Anything you want to add to that, Ruchira?
Well, there is an interesting question here which says, what do journalists do after they have been charged for sedition falsely?
Journalists hope like crazy that they are backed up by a decent institution. Okay, so sedition has been used against journalists actually not that much until the last 7 years. The last 7 years has seen an unprecedented rise in sedition cases. Traditionally, defamation was the big charge that journalists were under. Defamation is a bailable offense. So you'd show up in court, the judge would be like, get out of here. Like every journalist I know has had a defamation case slapped against them. It was so common that we wouldn't even take it seriously. And then it would just sort of fizzle out in court. It didn't matter, nobody cared. Sedition, you can be put behind bars. And the danger is, and which is why, if you will notice, it is very often the journalists that are attacked for sedition, who are put behind bars, are freelancers, independent journalists, people who don't have an institutional backing. And this is why, so The Wire has had cases put against them, and The Wire is an institution. The Wire, as an institution, can afford to go to court and be like, let's fight this. An individual can't. An individual is vulnerable, and that's why it's so important to have ethical institutions and not just ethical individuals.
Satvik here has a really interesting question. He says, what do you do when, I mean, he's basically saying that journalists are for the people, they speak for the people, but now the journalists are losing trust. There's a lack of trust in the media because of government suppression. So what does one do? How do we answer this problem of trust in the media?
You know, I genuinely believe that that is the biggest question in front of journalists today. How do we rebuild trust? And it's not an easy answer. There are people who are working on this in a lot of detail. I think all you can do is just go out there backed with facts.
Yeah.
And just say, look, these are the facts, these are the facts, these are the facts, these are the facts. Keep saying that until they're like, okay, this is a person or an institution that brings us the facts.
And that also brings in new ways of storytelling, for instance, storytelling with data or data visualization as far as possible. And, you know, now in today's digital world, a lot of things that were not measurable earlier have become measurable now. For instance, happiness, you know, there is a happiness index. It might have lots of problems, but it exists. There is the idea of freedom of expression, the VDEM index, which is, you know, the government got very scared recently when they found that India was downgraded on the VDEM index in terms of freedom of speech and democracy. So these are, you know, ways in which we can hold the government accountable while still having the facts and while still being able to protect ourselves. You know, the old saying, it's not defamation if it is true, right? Yeah. So, you know, if you manage to say and you manage to put it across that what you're saying is necessarily true, arm yourself with data, arm yourself with facts, constantly fact check. Nowadays, you know, newsrooms are also producing another layer to the editorial desk, which is to fact check. That's a very important part of a copy editor, to constantly keep checking every claim that is made. In part just to protect the newsroom from legal action, and be very careful to fight defamation, and, you know, just declare that what you're saying is true. It's not defamation if it is true.
Well, it is, but that's a different kettle of fish. Okay, now, so earlier in my day, for example, so I have a background in literature and film. I'm not a journalist by education training. That's because in 2006, when I went to college, there were almost no undergraduate courses for journalism. They just didn't exist. So why study journalism? You could absolutely do political science or history or economics or literature and become a journalist. Well, that's because today, unfortunately, the profession is specialized in a way that it wasn't 15 years ago or 10 years ago even. Journalists today have to understand how power and communication systems intersect. They have to understand how history has informed power structures. They have to understand how the difference between propaganda and journalism. They have to understand the different ways of economic pressures and compulsions in the industry and how to resist them and how to combat them. They have to understand misinformation and the technologies behind it. They have to understand what the internet does and how it affects journalism today. And they have to understand, most importantly, how the nature and tools of storytelling are changing and how to harness it. So it's not enough to just have a liberal arts education. You also need a technical education. And it's not enough just to have a technical education. You need a liberal arts education because you have to understand the world, you have to understand the techniques, and you have to understand how they work together. And that's why a specific journalism course tailored exactly for this purpose has become important today in a way it wasn't in the days of more traditional news telling.
Yeah, I'll
Ruchira?
come. Yeah, so sorry everybody, my son has joined us, and you know that those are the problems of working from home. Nonetheless, I just want to say a few things about JSJC curriculum here. So what is it that we try to achieve? How is it that we train our students to become great journalists? We start with, strong interdisciplinary liberal arts foundations. So we will, in order to become a journalist, you need training in all the social sciences. So we will give you training in economics, we will give you training in history, we will give you training in political science, so that you are introduced to all of these disciplines and some of the transdisciplinary philosophy that underlies these disciplines, just so that you know what questions to ask on the field. We will also teach you how to look at data, how to look at facts, how to fact check, right? We will teach you how to understand gender, how to understand caste, how to understand religion. And over this strong
We will
foundation.
also teach you that a movie is not just a movie.
Yes.
Every movie has something sort of underlying to it that you may not be noticing because you're like, oh, look, haha, Salman Khan, or haha, the Avengers. No. When I say that the Avengers is a part of a larger American propaganda, what do I mean? Well, we will tell you that because it is. No product exists exclusively. They all exist within an ecosystem. And to be a good journalist, you have to understand that ecosystem.
Exactly. News itself is a cultural product, and it involves looking at other cultural products and understanding cultural products in a critical manner, right? So we'll definitely give you all of that. And, Miss Chinky Mittal has also shared our brochure here, so you can look at that. If faster than me being able to explain to you what the curriculum looks like, you can just go and look at it. We also give you a very strong skills training. So how do you understand TV? How do you understand radio? How do you, learn, how do you find your way around a radio or a TV studio? How do you write? We take our writing program very, very seriously, because whether or not you're working for TV or for radio or for print or for digital or for multimedia or social media for that matter, you have to write. And in order to write, you have to learn how to read and be exposed to large volumes of literature. So that is why our curriculum is designed the way it is, to give you a well-rounded education that you need in order to become a journalist, but also in order to become every other kind of communications storyteller.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, you can't, trust me, a journalist is at the end of the day a jack of all trades. You don't need to be an expert in anything, but you need to know enough that you can go up to an expert and ask them a question about anything under the sun. I have done interviews with people on golf. I know nothing about golf, but I know enough to interview somebody without sounding like a complete idiot. Okay, you need to know about literally a little bit about everything, enough A, to know where to look for more, and B, to ask questions in a informed manner.
And today there's a lot more, like say, because we're talking 21st century, there's a lot more scope for domain knowledge, and journalists now have to specialize in the beats that they do. So, crime beat, you want to become a crime reporter, you want to become a healthcare reporter, you want to become a business reporter. It helps to develop one or two specializations and develop them well. Just so much, like, maybe you don't have to go and do your own research from scratch, but you should know the kind of research that other people do in the field, just so that you can, call somebody up and say, hey, what's going on with this?
Yeah. And by the time you guys get to your professional life, today you still have pure print rooms, you have pure broadcast rooms, but that's already changed completely. By the time you guys start working in 5 years, 6 years, whatever that is, all media will be multimedia. You will still have print issues, you will still have television channels, but you will also be working online. You will also be making short formats, tweeting, gramming, all of these things simultaneously. So you have to know how these platforms intersect and what you're doing for each platform. Okay.
We have a question from Aniket.
Okay, I think this is our last slide. So shall we finish this and then just go into questions completely? Yeah. Okay. So a lot of you may not want to be journalists, and that's legit. As I keep reiterating, it's not an easy profession. It may not be something that's for all of you. But what the skills we are teaching you, while they are specifically for journalism, are actually incredibly useful for pretty much a bunch of other things. There is a lot of work happening today at the activism and NGO level. Oxfam, Amnesty, things like CARE, all of these guys are constantly hiring communication professionals to set up their campaigns, outreach, all of these things. And all of the skills of writing, understanding the world around you, putting it in an empathic manner is really important for this kind of work. Political communications, obviously, if you want to work for political parties designing their campaigns, it is the flip side. It is the other side of the coin. So political communications, corporate communications, and public relations are the other side, if you will, of the journalistic coin. Journalism teaches you how to question these places. However, political communications, corporate communications, and public relations are the answers that you give, but the skill sets are identical. It still requires you to have that knowledge, those techniques of writing and video, understanding of different platforms. Those are just consistent across the board. And then there are the two film variants, advertising and script writing and cinema, which are also options which would be open to professionally to someone with this background, because we teach so much about visual cultures, about how to talk to audience, about what audience means. And at the end of the day, advertising and cinema really is about creating a product to reach out to an audience, and how to best do that. And that's a significant part of the training that we give you. So those are the professions you can follow. But with the kind of course that we're looking at, as Ruchira said, there is always, it's never a bad idea to go in for a specialization in a particular beat. And we give you a sufficiently solid liberal arts background that if you want to do a master's in, say, gender studies, or if you want to do a master's in health, or if you want to do a master's in public policy, or you want to do a master's in international relations, those are options which are absolutely open to you. We have students who've done it in all of the above.
Yeah, one of us students
and just of course, and of course, if you want to get an MBA, media management is huge. So all of these are open to you. So that's where we are. How can JSJC help? We have told you liberal arts and specialized training, and we have practitioners, academics, fantastic visiting lecturers who've come from the profession as well as from academia. And we are only hoping to get stronger and better. And we're really just hoping to create a generation of kids who understand that, who take over the mantle and bring journalism out of the mild disrepute that it seems to have fallen into these days. That's your generation's job. All right, questions.
Questions, lots of questions. Should we take the ones whose hands are raised first and then we'll do the rest?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we have Randitya. I'm going to allow him to talk. Randitya, no? Okay. Next we have Vivaswat. No? Akshat Singh Tomar, Anahita Singh, and Naya has a really nice question. Naya, would you like to come in here? Aniket has a question, and Satvik.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, hi.
Ma'am, actually, my question is basically I was having a misconception when I was small that so I want to ask and clear it here that is the journalism is limited to presenting the information and awaiting the people about the what is happening in the environment. So that is the where the journalism is limited, or it's beyond that.
I mean, journalism is, well, what would you, I mean, journalism is storytelling. So you, at one level, you're also reporting the news. So you are, of course, reporting what has happened. But in part, you're also doing many other things. There are several innovations in journalism. For instance, if you're writing a feature for a magazine, then you need to go a little bit more in depth, and it gives you space to do that, right? It allows you to go and find out, how things work the way they work, why they work the way they work, to give it a certain amount of context. If you're shooting a documentary, then you have a lot more space for emotion and a lot more lot more space for people to come in and give their views and talk through something, to really investigate a social phenomena. Anyone of have you guys ever seen Social Dilemma on Netflix?
There was a whole conversation happening in the chat and during the workshop about the social dilemma.
Now that is really good journalism, and very strong, very innovative journalism, which it surveys experts, it surveys users of social media, it shows you the nitty-gritties of how the algorithms work, and it really examines the key issues. So I would never call journalism limited to really anything. It is a very wide field with enormous scope of innovation, and a lot of flexibility for what you want to do. You want to do film, study journalism. You want to you want to make an ad film, study journalism. You want to write a novel, you will still benefit from studying journalism. A lot of novelists such as Truman Capote are journalists, and they have brought literary techniques into
George Orwell was a journalist.
Yeah, well, Weinstein likes to say that Karl Marx was a journalist. He was. That isn't all he did, but yes, he was.
But the point is that this is the thing. The moment you think about journalism as a limited profession, what you're doing is asking whether storytelling is a limited space. There have been stories for as long as there has been human civilization. Journalism is just that, and there will always be stories. Which story you choose to tell, who you choose to tell it to, those are the questions that journalism formalizes. But that's the whole point of journalism, really.
Yeah. If you're interested in content creation, that is a very major 21st century profession, and most of us really need it. For instance, I have a 2-year-old here. You can probably hear him over the call. He needs access to literature and media. He loves something called Peppa Pig, right? He loves Coco Melon. Somebody has to produce that, and that means that somebody has to sit down and think through what is it that a young audience needs in order to develop their motor skills and develop their understanding of the world.
Okay, we have time for maybe 2 more questions, so let's go.
Ma'am, if I may?
Yes.
Sure.
So, can I do journalism and psychology together? Like, what kind of opportunities present to me in the future if I study both of them together?
Okay, so just speaking specifically of Jindal, we offer what are called cross-listed electives. So we have a sort of partner institute called the Jindal School Institute of Behavioral Sciences, which offers courses every semester. And cross-listed electives allows a journalism student to basically get a minor in psychology. And I would say that psychology in general is useful if you want to be a journalist, because psychology is about people, journalism is about people. These things go together like, peanut butter and jelly.
Ma'am, so if I take them together, like what could I do? Like become a journalist or something? in a way.
You could become a journalist, absolutely. And there is now an increasing space for conversations on mental health in journalism. Someone with a background in psychology would be very important. It would also inform you if you were, for example, doing trauma reporting. COVID has just, there has been so much trauma. How do you talk to people who are suffering from the sort of aftermath, the psychological aftermath of COVID, things like that. So that's a huge area. You could also, if you want to go into psychology, you could get a master's in psychology. And what journalism would give you is a whole skill set which allows you to express issues of psychological import in a more accessible way.
Certainly, and what is more, psychology and journalism gives you a certain way of investigating issues of trauma. You can go into policy, which is a very big space, say Columbia Journalism Review, the Toe Center for Digital Journalism. All of these bodies are now giving out scholarships for journalists who are suffering from trauma and trying to resolve issues of PTSD. So those are also powerful outlets for you to work in.
And of course, NGOs, always looking for people. Okay, Dhruv has obviously
Yes,
wants to ask.
ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
I wanted to ask this YouTube, like creating YouTube videos, is it content creating?
Yes. 100% it's content creating. So YouTube videos are, today you've got very, very good people doing very strong work on YouTube as independent bloggers. And that's been a very significant shift from the sort of institutionalized to the independent. However, there are also a lot of amateurs who are doing a lot of harm. People who have not put in the verifiability, who've not brought in the facts, who are creating material that is sort of either deliberately misinforming or accidentally misinforming because they don't have the resources or the knowledge of where to access those resources. I would recommend that if you want to go into YouTube and individual blogging, which is if you can do it well and if you can do it properly, is an absolute legit sort of monetary stream and a future career. Do it in a way that you understand the responsibilities that come with it, and do it in a way that allows you to protect yourself, because as we've discussed, government suppression is a thing.
I had one more doubt. Like once I created a channel, but I even posted 2-3 videos, but it didn't get views. The reason was that no one knew that I posted a YouTube video, because YouTube algorithm works like the highest views, the people with the YouTube videos with the highest views get recommended. So, is there any suggestion? How can I grow my channel?
SEOs. Unfortunately, those are a much more complicated topic, which we are now running out of time for.
Search engine optimization. It's a particular type of algorithm, and sometimes, with YouTube and with all of these spaces, such as Google, if you aren't able to search engine optimize, your content ends up falling to the bottom of people's feeds. So that's basically what you have to do.
Okay, I think we are now officially out of time.
Yes, we should head out.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. It's been great talking to you. You have our email addresses in case you want to get in touch with any further questions. And hopefully we will see some of you in our classes. It's been great.
Great. Thank you all for having us, and thank you for talking to us. It's been great. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh, yeah, we wanted to talk a little bit about the young storyteller competition. That was something that Miss Mittal wants you to talk about. Is Miss Mittal here? Chinky Mittal, are you here? Would you like to talk about the young storyteller competition? There's a link to it given on the background. You just have to record or write your story, post it on Instagram with the hashtag JSJC Young Storyteller. There are cash prizes for it.
And it's about how the pandemic changed you.
Yeah.
So it's very personal, to take whatever format you want. And there is, as of course, there are cash prizes. The date is 21st June 2021. If you're between 15 to 18, you're eligible. And we have a really sort of cool bunch of people who are going to be judging it. And we're really excited to see what you guys come up with.
Miss, yeah, I can't find Miss Chinky Mittal right now, so we'll let her go. She's
all right.
Just one question. So 14-year-olds are not eligible, right?
No, I'm sorry. It's only 15 to 18. We'll fix that for next year.
Well, by next year he'll be.
So
By next year
14
he will
is
be
not
15.
allowed?
No, not 14. The age is 15. It's the eligible student age is 15 to 18.
Keep planning for next year.
Sorry, Akshata, 13 is not allowed.
What's the Insta handle?
The Insta handle is, so all the details are there on jgu.edu.in. It'll also take you to the, so all you have to do is post it on your own Instagram with the hashtag JSJC Young Storyteller. That's it. That's all you have to do. We will track the hashtag. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's put our email IDs again before we head out.
I'll put my topic is how the pandemic changed you. Do it on whatever you feel represents your experience the best. Okay, so that's my email ID. Had a great time talking to you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Dear students, the last session for today, which will begin by 1:30 p.m. is on law, basically making of a Gen Z lawyer, changing dynamics of law as a profession. So we'll have with us Mr. Deepu Krishnan, who will be joining us for this session. So I request you to please come back again, log in by 1:25 p.m. so that we can begin sharp by 1:30 p.m. Thank you so much.
So it will be of 1 hour.
Hi Harsh, how are you? Hi Deepu.
Good afternoon, sir. All good.
दीपू जी आप रीनेम कर लीजिए, आपको अभी हर्ष ही आ रहा है नाम. So students, how are you? How was the first session?
Nice, sir.
Welcome back to the final session of the day. I hope you had a fruitful first half of the day.
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you so much for letting me know. Now
Yes,
there
sir.
is. Now we have a very interesting session. I know many of you are waiting for this session as there is a lot of interest in around law. Sir, हमें law करना चाहिए, नहीं करना चाहिए, law में कैसा career होता है. I know many of you have watched the season Suits, and then you get fascinated by law and you want to become a character from Suits. But I don't know much about law, but I have two people that know everything about law, and they are fantastic speakers, dynamic people that will be presenting today at the 45-minute session. I have with me Mr. Deepu Krishnan, who is our joint director at the law school, which is one of the leading law schools, not only in the country, but abroad. We are amongst the top 100 law schools in the world now, which is a big achievement. Jindal Law School is known around the world as a place to go for law education. And I'm so happy that we have Deepu, who is himself a qualified lawyer and a trainer and who has spent a decade and more in law education. So Deepu, along with I can see Harsh also. Harsh will be taking this session. The session title is The Making of a Gen Z Lawyer, Changing Dynamics of Law as a Profession. Such a honor to have you here with us, Deepu ji. Please go ahead. The session is all yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, first of all, welcome to each one of you. And we are all living in testing times where, to meet each other personally is also a challenge. So we are doing this all remote based, staying at home, taking this session. This would have been so wonderful had, we've been doing it live, where there are case studies, etc., where we would have thrown at you and then explained to you that how things happen. But let's, it's like the world is moving as such. Even the classes at Harvard are being remote. So let's try and let's communicate with each other through this medium. Okay, so I'm carrying some PPTs for you. So some ground rules before I start. It's very simple. The question answer round would be at the end of the session. But then if you are people who cannot, spare so much time and you have a question which needs to be urgently answered, what you could probably do is you can come to the chat box and just write down your question. And I have Harsh with me, who's my teammate, again, a lawyer, a qualified lawyer, who's going to answer to those questions of yours. Okay. But if there is a question which needs to be answered specifically at the end of it, Harsh may skip it. So don't go, or like, oh, my question is not getting answered. Listen to the entire session. At the end of it, what we'll do is we'll pick up one by one each questions, because I want it to be more of a, interactive session rather than me only doing all the talking. So we'll do that. Don't worry about it. But initially we'll speak for some time because we have a topic which needs to be covered. And it's one of those topics which is very close to my heart. And I've been reading a lot of stuff which I want to share with you all, because gone are the times when I had to come here and I have to tell you that why do law? Because nowadays, believe me, I used to train students for law in the year 2006, when engineering and everything, there were students who just used to go for engineering just because someone else was also doing. And I used to convince those students that, come on, give it a try. There could be a lawyer inside you. So that was a very painful moment for me when I used to be called as a brand ambassador of law. I used to travel the entire country. Even I used to go to schools in Sikkim and take seminars and orient students, where I remember in Sikkim, the students were like, we don't even know that, that there is a law school, because for them, hospitality industry, engineering was the apex. But now the times have changed. Students are considering law. Thanks to Suits, I could see that the moment Ankur sir just referred to Suits, there are so many people who are saying Suits is not overrated, blah, 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 blah. Once you come into law school, you'll understand what is overrated and what is not. So let's not talk about it. I don't want to, get into those details. We will do that sometime later. But let's start with the session today, which is the most important thing. So what I'll do is I'll just share my screen here. Yeah. So yeah, someone just said it for me, but in a very sarcastic tone, that shut up and listen. I'm not saying that. I'm like, sit tight. Let's just give in some time. Let's talk about few interesting things. Yeah, I'll try to make it as interesting as suits. Let's just see. So before I start this session, I always say that this is my conversation with the leaders of tomorrow, because the moment you decide to do law, you have become a leader. That's exactly my orientation is. Because I remember the moment I was a very average student, believe me. In school, I was not even amongst the top 50. Believe me, I was not even amongst the top 50 in the entire session. But then, yeah, there were always things which I used to irritate my class teacher with. I used to go and ask her questions which made her very uncomfortable. And then she did not have answers. For example, I used to ask her at that very age, when I was in 10th standard, I used to go and ask her, ma'am, whatever you're teaching me, can you just tell me that how are they going to be practically be, useful to me? Because I don't see, I have my cousins in IIT, I ask them, and they also tell me the same thing, that whatever is being taught in school will not be useful to you except for language and many other skills which are basically trying to pull in you a rational thinking. So I used to irritate them a lot. But then I understood in the due course that probably leadership is not only about giving a certain designation, but also about thinking something different and also questioning things. So this entire session is going to be where I'm going to converse with you, and I'm going to call you the leaders of tomorrow, because the moment you decided that you want to do law, you've already taken up a decision like a leader that, yes, I'm going to deal with law. I'm going to learn the force which is driving the country nationally, internationally, everything. And I'm also going to understand about the force which basically binds humans to live in a civilized society and also punish those who cannot live in. So that's the reason why I call these sessions as conversations with the leaders of tomorrow, and yes, the future of India. But let me just break this down also, that many students take up law. Nowadays, I've seen that many students are taking up law just because they saw suits, just because they see that बहुत scope hai. That's exactly how people in our country take up career options. And yes, my friend is doing this, uncle told me, that uncle told me. I am very mesmerized by this concept of how a student decides on his career option. So I've met my cousins who are raised abroad. They did not take up the career option just like that. And yeah, law in US is also not taken up just the way it is being taken up in India. For the simple reason that in US, they do not even have a 5-year program. You just need to do a graduation of 4 years. And then most of the entrance examinations which we have in India are not there. They call it aptitude test. So the student would go, sit and give the test and understand his aptitude, and only then decide on a career option. So when Barack Obama appeared for LSAT, he had no clue he wanted to be a lawyer. He never knew he's going to be the president of United States of America. But then he thought, let me test. That's not exactly how we do it in India. I think this year it's a blessing in disguise. The moment the CBSE said we are not doing the examinations, I think entrance examinations or aptitude tests make a lot of sense. You know why? Because I've been researching a lot right from the time 2006 I started teaching. From that time, I have been going into the classroom and I have been trying to teach. Now my model of teaching has been very different. Inside the class, I know there are students who are really good and who are there to read. But I have some students like me who are sitting at the back of the bench. Now my entire effort is with them because I want to make the class interesting for them. You know why? Because for me, they are more intelligent. Yeah, there are many people who would start saying, "Ye kya bol raha hai?" But yes, I think because they have a kind of a understanding of things which is very different. And for them, and my challenge as a teacher should be, I should be very clear that I'm able to get them interested in this class. Otherwise, I'm not doing anything, because an intelligent student is already there. He's there and he's reading and he's there listening to me. And he's so interested in me that I'm saying and he's making notes. But there are people who are ready to challenge the teacher inside me, behaviorally, academically, anything it could be. My task is to make sure that I go and make sure I take their interest. My example should also be there as such that it interests them. I remember a class of copyright where I was teaching copyright. I hope most of you know copyright because you all are seeing suits, etc. Copyright is an exclusive right which a person of an intellectual property has. For example, if I create a painting, that is mine, and I have a total right over it. So that is copyright. So when I was teaching copyrights, yeah, I covered most of the traditional cases, but then I could see that there are students who want something masala and also something which interests them, which helps them to remember. So I remember picking up a case law from the movie, the famous movie called as Hangover. I don't know how many of you have seen it. It's a very famous movie. And during my time when I was a bachelor, Hangover was the in thing. So in Hangover, there was a specific case which happened that in the second or the third part, there is this character called as Stu, a doctor, who makes a tattoo here. Okay, he creates a tattoo here, and the same tattoo is also there on Mike Tyson's head. So this guy copies the tattoo, and the tattoo, and that scene is a major hit. And when he does that, I remember as an audience, I was so much filled with enthusiasm. I was like, wow, what is happening? This is Mike Tyson's tattoo. The scene was showcased. It was a major hit. People really loved the scene. But you know what happened? The person who had created that tattoo on Mike Tyson held the copyright of that design. And he sued the producers that how dare you use my tattoo in a commercial movie and earn money out of it without my permission. And when I taught that lesson, I remember there was pin drop silence inside the class. These students went, they read, they came back, they asked me arguments. And I think that's exactly how teaching happens. And believe me, the colleagues at Jindal, they are also doing the same thing. Why? Because you have to understand, students, that not everything is made for us. We have a persona. We have a kind of a persona, and career option suits us in such manner. There are parents in our country whom I meet and say, "Ye bahut behas karta hai. My kid is very argumentative. He should be doing law." That's very wrong. That's not how it is. On the other hand, if a parent says he questions those things for which when we try to find answers, we also learn certain things, I think that student should do law. Because if you can see on your screen, I have made personas appear on your screen. Realistic, investigative, artistic, social, enterprising, conventional. And these are the traits which we have inside us. And in the school does nothing. School is basically trying to hone these skills inside you. School is basically trying to make sure that you realize these things. But then, the schooling also happens in such a way. I'm a big critique of CBSE. Because it takes them time to understand things. And this is such a good time when they can reinvent testing. I'm writing an article on it, that how even testing could be, done during these times. I just happened to, bump into a question paper of IIT Goa, where a lecturer has done something so exceptional. You know what he has done? He has created a question paper of just 2 questions. The first question is, please prepare 6 questions out of the entire lecture which I have taught you in this entire semester. And then the question number 2 is, please answer those questions and I'll give you marks. Brilliant. I think that's exactly how test should be done. Because if a student, and those questions will show that how investigative the student was, how realistic the student was, how conventional or non-conventional his thinking is, how artistic the student can get. And that's exactly post your 12th standard is going to be important to you. These all personas which you are going to have inside you are something which are going to be really helpful to you in understanding which career option suits you. Believe me, I belong to a family of IITs. I'm a South Indian. So, you can understand, everyone goes to IIT. So my elder brother also went to IIT, and I was under extreme pressure that I also need to decide. And I was one of those who thought about law, and there was a huge furor in my family. Everyone was criticizing me. There were phone calls all the way from US who even disowned me. They said, "You are done. You are done. You are gone. You are doing something after which you're going to have a very sad career." But today, those cousins of mine call me up and say, "Dude, I think law is the happening career. I want my son to be there." And you know what my answer is? I'm like, let me talk to him. Let me get into a video conferencing with him. Let me understand the kid once. And let me see if he has those kind of attributes where he could probably, guide through well, he can understand. And those are those things which are very important. Now, based upon all these things, a student persona, a career option should be decided upon how the student should actually behave and how or what he should in future would end up becoming any kind of. And I'll give you a very simple example. You might have seen many IIT grads. What do? Is once out of IIT, they'll end up getting good jobs. But then finally they take a year's drop, they prepare for CAT, they appear in CAT, and then they go for an MBA for 2 years. Why are they doing it? IIT is a premier institution and it pays them well, as in, it places them well. Why? What is the reason behind it? You know what? I've even done research on it. I've met few people whom I have asked, and they say, and you know, in IIT, they don't teach us to be the production force. We are leaders. They teach us leadership also. There are so many things which happen in IIT. But the problem is, whenever they place us with the production. We are not meant to decide things which hurts us very badly, because there is one guy sitting in the management, in the core, who decides those things. And that hurts us. Money doesn't matter to us anymore. We quit, we take 1 year's drop, we go to a B school, we get 2 years of MBA, and then we jump back and then we decide. But you know what? When they are deciding, there would be a law graduate who's sitting there with no other higher degree. He's just sitting there, and he is one of the spines of the management, because he's telling them what is legal and what is not. And that is something which is pushing them. That is something which makes things go crazy. Now, any student who lands into a law school without a kind of a orientation which is required will also struggle, just like, because probably he doesn't have those skills. Now, what kind of orientation is required? Now, a student, the moment he's done with schooling, he acquires few kinds of skills, some persona, and then there are 3 kinds of orientation. Some of them are higher in some students, some of them are lower in some students. That's exactly how it is matched. Now, academic orientation, who are these students? These are those students who are so academically oriented, the toppers inside the class, the darling of the teachers, and some people who are so much into reading that they usually have answers to everything. People orientation. These are those kids who are really good. They have friends everywhere. They're like social butterflies. You know, they'll be talking to people. They'll be interacting with things. They even know that when a teacher is about to reprimand you, how to escape. So those people are those are the students who are people oriented. Now comes artistic. Now these are those students who are always sitting aloof in the corner of a class. The class might be going on. They'll be creating a doodle. They might even be thinking that how badly this room is constructed. They might even be thinking that, there should be changes in life. There might be people who would even look at the uniform and say how bad the uniform is. Now, these are people who are artistic in nature. Now, out of these attributes, when you choose a career option, you be very clear on your priorities, that these are my orientations. This is exactly what I acquired out of my school life, and my career options are this much. And because these orientations are in me, like say 40%, 60%, 90%, whatever the percentage is, I should be very clear about that how my approach should be towards what I want to do. Now for law, believe me, all these 3 orientations should be in there. You would say, how artistic orientation? Guys, lawyers are problem solvers. We solve problems like anything. As in, I've seen when I go with my friends and when we sit, whenever we try to plan out anything, even if it's a plan for Goa, there might be one guy who will crib and who will come and say, oh, no, this might happen. This might happen. This might go wrong. This might happen. And so many other types of questions. Now, when someone says that, if you are someone who is artistic, you will also have an artistic approach to life where you can even become a problem solver. You can think, you can go for the permutation and combination in your mind, and you can say, okay, this can be done. Why are you bothered about it? Now, when you keep on giving solutions, that orientation can also be called as artistic orientation. Artist doesn't mean that someone who can just keep on creating doodles, etc. There are people who are also problem solvers. They are also artistic in nature. When I say artistic, it means problem solved. Okay. So these 3 orientations are very, very important if you want to do law. Be very clear about it. There are people who think law school is all fun. It's all about moot courts. It's not about studying. Hello, 5 years of my life, I changed. I changed like anything. I was one of the laziest guys when it came to writing answers. I took up commerce thinking life is going to be easy, but believe me, it was not. I had a lot of trouble writing long answers, but by the time I was in the second year, I started writing essay answers for like 6 to 7 pages long. I started writing case laws. I started narrating them. I started reading things, and I started quoting quotes from famous books in my answers. That's exactly how you write an answer. You have to read a lot. You go to any law school, you would see Students might be on a coffee date and they'll be carrying a book by Khalid Hosseini, they'll be carrying a book by Arun Shore, and they'll be reading it. Because reading comes naturally to us, and academic orientation doesn't mean that you are a studious guy. You're always into books. Academic orientation also means you are someone who approaches a thing through an academic angle, who looks at it from the perspective of academics, not someone who just thinks that everything is theoretical. Now, I hate it. There are people I know in this country who keep on criticizing the government based upon theories, based upon some theorist who had done it in some other country. Indian political thought is also very different. Like, we follow Chanakya. I hope all of you know this person. I'm a big critique of Chanakya because I think him to be a very selfish guy because he had his own motives and he used the king for himself, and his theories also reflect that. And because of which you could see that Indian political system is also as such, where when a person gets a chair, he's so into it, he's so full of himself. The only thing he does is he tries to save his chair. For that, he can do anything. That's my thought process, strictly a personal opinion, something which I'm working on, something which I'm researching on. Now, what I exhibited here is, it's my academic angle. I'm not just reading Chanakya, I'm also trying to read Confucius because I'm very impressed by the way Chinese work. For them, their country is everything. They're ready to do just anything, even create a virus and hold the entire world to the ransom. You're getting it? So this is exactly what you have to understand, that schools, we are done. What kind of orientation do we have? Do we have academic orientation to do law? Do we have people orientation? People orientation is very important. Yeah, I was an introvert, but this is something which you can acquire in the later half. I was a very, very shy guy. I'm an all boys school product. So I was so shy that to talk to a girl was the biggest achievement for me when I graduated from my school. And believe me, that was a very tough task for me. But when once into law school, everything just changed because the curriculum is designed as such that in the very first trimester, my law school had trimester system, not even a semester. Semester 6 months long, mine is just a 3-month long process. In just 3 months, we used to have 5 subjects presentations in front of my 79 batchmates, one external, one internal, who would sit and want me to present an idea of law. And all the 79 students were asked to ask questions to me. So we are smart. We would tell those, please don't ask us questions. But then, the professors at law schools, they are very smart. What they do is, when I'll be presenting, he'll create an opportunity there. He'll turn to the students and he'll say, okay, guys, ask him a question which he's not able to answer and I'll award you 5 marks extra. Gone. All your good friends who are waiting and who are telling them, I'm not going to ask you questions, you should not ask me, will start asking you questions. It's a professional college. It's cutthroat competition. But then, it's a kind of a training. Your people orientation, your communication skills, they are honed to such a level that you don't just know how to ask questions. You would ask questions in such a manner that it impresses people like the judges of Supreme Court of India. Cool. So moving on from here, now comes the most important part, which I really love, the topic, which is making of a Gen Z lawyer. Because now gone are the times when a law graduate would graduate and the one thing which he would do is he'll go direct and he'll practice. He'll go join a corporate office and he'll do the corporate work. Nowadays, lawyers are doing much more multiple things. They are into so many different things that it is so impressive. And I'm again, I again keep on observing this. They are doing so many beautiful things that there should be a research now that is law a degree which is actually creating great citizens and people who are so rational that their approach towards life has changed. And that's exactly what is happening. AI, there was a lot of talk that AI will come, lawyers there will be robots as lawyers who will come and solve the cases. But then, the same was said when computers were invented. But then lawyers use the computers. There are now databases of case laws like LexisNexis, Manupatra, etc., which we are using. And the Supreme Court of India even has its own AI software today, using which what it is doing is, it is making sure that the backlog of cases they're able to clear up the backlog of cases. How? They are data-wise creating the volume of cases in such a manner that those questions which have already been asked, if they compare to these cases, they are already able to predict the answers. Yes, they are not deciding based upon it. They are already able to predict the answers and now create new questions in this case for which already they are prepared with an answer. So when they ask a question to a lawyer that, okay, did this happen? And if a lawyer is able to answer to those questions, now, do you think the lawyer is going to be very silent and say, okay, go ahead, ask me questions? He also has his own software, and he also has his own research using which he is going one step higher. So before I move into this thing, I would want to just tell you that the moment, gone are the days when people used to think that the moment we say law or lawyer, people used to have this prejudice in their mind, and they used to think law means judge with long hair, black coat, big books, hammer, Tariq pe Tariq, famous dialogue from the movie Damini. And then this came from very funny. I remember it was one of the top schools where I went to, and I asked, what comes into your mind when you say the word law? And there was this pretty female who stood up and said, law means for me Jude Law. I hope you remember the actor. He's there in Sherlock Holmes and many other movies. So in that stream, it is very important to also understand for students who are aspiring to be lawyers, what does it mean to be a law student? The first and the foremost trait which a law student acquires the moment he decides to be a law student is he becomes a rebel. Now, rebel, not the Family Man season 2 kind of rebel, the one with the gun, etc. Rebel means a person who's ready to question any kind of injustice. Now, what is justice to him is very different. Justice for a layman means something very different. Justice means, the lady justice and she's delivering. Justice for a law student means within the realm of the legal system that we live in. What is a legal system? Things which are written down. So if you meet a law student, often he would go by the books of law rather than create something. If it is not in the books of law, he would say it has to be decided by the Supreme Court. Let's challenge it. You can see that the vaccination policy, the government which had, it was the Supreme Court of India which came to our rescue. It started asking questions about why price has to be paid. Why cannot there be free vaccinations? So a rebellious nature is something which creates good law students. Now, rebellious doesn't mean that you keep on arguing with your parents. You are a rebel if you are able to question some things with your parents and also convince them that your version might be right. We live in times, this is historic times which we are living in. Believe me, you are witnessing history. There's a great change which is happening in the society. LGBTQs are getting their rights. We are living with our parents who may or may not accept this. There are kids who are able to explain it to their parents that what LGBTQ means. There are discussions which are happening inside houses which never happened. And that's what rebellious students are doing. Rebellious students are making changes. They are creating such differences that even in the coming era, this entire phase will be remembered as something which is done something exceptional. The next trait which I would refer here is a better citizen. I say this with a lot of responsibility that lawyers make better citizens. Yeah, there will be people who say that lawyers are also liars, blah, blah, blah. But every profession has its own demerits. We are living in times when we are seeing there are doctors who are losing their life. They are working day and night for us. And you should see the way they are fighting it out. Youngsters are doing it. At the same time, we have lawyers who are earning money through black marketing and doing so many other things also. I'm talking about those lawyers who really take the spirit inside themselves, who are the people we idolize. They are better citizens. There are reasons behind it, and I can quote it with example. Lawyers are people who would see not just solutions to things. Lawyers are people who would go ahead and also try to create the solution within the realm of the legal system of the country. I'll give you a very example which is very close to my heart. When Bal Thackeray passed away, I hope all of you remember who is Bal Thackeray. He was the father of the present CM, and he was a big name. He was a big name in Mumbai. The moment he passed away, I remember curfew was declared in Mumbai. I don't know why, but yes, it was curfew. And it was a bad scene in Mumbai. It was like everyone is supposed to be inside. So there were two females who went ahead and put a post on Facebook where they said, what is happening? If a person has died, we respect him. But why hold the entire city to ransom? We all are human beings. And yes, we also may have to pay respect, but we also have to go somewhere. And something like this. You know what happened to those females? Those females were arrested and put behind the bars. There were candlelight marches, there were Facebook fighters fighting on Facebook, there were irresponsible statements made by actors on the screen. But was that a solution to it? No, it was not a solution. You know what did a law student called as Shreya Singhal do? She went to the court. She challenged the law under which these two females were arrested, And she also questioned the code that a right has been given to me by the Constitution of India, not by the government, not by the police. Something which is much more powerful. The Constitution of India gave me the right. Which right? Right of freedom of speech and expression. I expressed myself. I did not do sedition. I did not do anything. I did not even do defamation. All I did was I expressed myself. How can you create a law under which I can be arrested for expressing myself on a public domain? This is wrong. And you know what did the court say? The court said, you are absolutely right. And what did the court do? Court picked up that section and threw it into the dustbin and said, no, such kind of a law cannot be there because it's in a violation of the Constitution. And Constitution is much more powerful than the Supreme Court of India, than the Prime Minister of India, and the President of India. We all are subject to it. That is what good citizens do. Good citizens want to make changes and they would wait. They will have persistence to do it. And that's exactly what law students do. And that's exactly what they train you in law school. They train you in law school to be better citizen, people who have this kind of a brain, who would approach things not in a hurly-burly, but they would rather look at the facts, they would look at the law, they will even have to invoke international conventions and they would do it. Third thing is a rational thinker. You become a rational thinker. Believe me, I was very much like all of you. I belong to the generation which thought that the WWE fights are for real. So let me confess that, okay? I belong to that generation which believed in Undertaker, that Undertaker rises and blah, blah, blah. So you could say we were not rational, but believe me, law school did magics to us. We started thinking on a very different platform. I remember there was a class where our faculty came in and said, we are going to discuss rape, and rape was being taught to us inside the class. There were boys in the class who started crying. Because we could feel that what is happening, man, how the law has been made. And then finally, when the faculty opened up a question hour and said, let's discuss consent in rape. Oh my goodness, that was something different. Because how much does consent matter in rape? There were girls inside our class who said consent matters. There were boys inside the class who said consent is immaterial. Even with consent, there can be rape. There were us who even discussed about marital rape. That yes, a woman is a person. You know, even if she becomes a wife, she's a person. A husband doesn't have that kind of rights. She's not a property. These were the rational approaches which we had at that age. You know, what was our age? We were just in the third year. 18, 19, 20. We were 20-year-olds discussing these things. We were discussing case laws which were happening. And believe me, it changed us so much that inside our house, as in where we live, people started observing these changes. And that's exactly, we all were collectively brand ambassadors of this entire change, which you can see that people now want their kids to do law. A mature youngster, yeah. I'm very sure those of you who are inside this webinar and who are young people at home, as in the youngest in the family, would agree with me that, you know, our opinion doesn't matter, right? So I was the youngest in the family. I call myself and all others as the Dabi Kuchli Janta of the house. our voices don't matter. So I remember, you know, there were instances like once when I came back from school, my entire belongings were getting packed up. And when they were getting packed up, I was like, yeah, ye kya ho raha hai? I went and asked my dad, what is happening? To which my dad says, we bought a new house, we are going there. So I said, no one told me. To which my dad was like, keep quiet, get into the car, we are going there. I was like, theek hai. So that's our status. And when going to law school, the status doesn't matter. As in for our parents, we are, you know, we are their kids. So during these times, when I was in law school, I remember auntie in our neighborhood, she came to my house and told my dad that she wants to seek legal advice from me. My dad's reaction was, what are you saying? He's just in the third year. He doesn't know anything. To which the neighbor was like, no, this is serious. This is some serious stuff which we want to discuss and then go and consult someone outside. So my dad was like, okay, now see, this is a big moment of my life. Walking in front of my dad with a paper in my hand and a pen. I don't know why I was doing it, but I did. It was because through internships, I did understood that, you know, writing down facts is important. So I went and I stood there. Now this auntie's case was very, very interesting. For me, it was very touching, but it was very interesting. Her problem was her daughter was married to a gentleman, a very good man, no dowry, harassment, nothing. But this guy had an issue. Some nights he would get into a fit of a rage and start hitting this female like anything. And the auntie was so illustrative that she started explaining the things he does. So she was like, "Beta, aise utha ke, he will throw her into the on the wall." I was like, "Oh my God." And then she said he would put his hand into her mouth and try to pull out her tongue. My dad had it, as in he was sitting beside me. He was like, he overtook me and he's like, "Madam, what are you doing? Go ahead and take a divorce. He's going to kill her." Now, it takes guts. It takes real guts to move ahead and tell your dad, relax. She's here for legal advice, not for emotional advice. And then I remember at that age, I started conversing with auntie about how marriages are important, how divorce is not something she should have in her mind. What is marriage? What divorce does to couple? And I don't know what happened to me. I convinced her so much. I even went to the extent of telling her that what her son-in-law is facing could be something called as schizophrenia, which can be treated. Why don't you consult a doctor? Convince him. If you want me to be there, I can come and even act as a counselor. My goodness, I don't know what I did. She was so happy. She was like, "Yes, yes, yes, we'll do that." She gave me lots of blessing, no fees. It's okay. But the moment she left, the person, when I turned and I looked at, was my dad looking at me, jaw dropped like this. I was like, "What happened, Dad?" To which he says, from where do you know so much about marriage? You know, and how do you know so much? You're not even married. To which I had to tell him that we are taught human behavior. Law is nothing but human behavior in regulation, and what all permutation and combination would a human behavior end up becoming. And that's what you call as law. My dad was very impressed. And my dad kept on telling people that he's grown up, he's very matured. He doesn't talk any nonsense now, he talks sense. So that's the kind of a change which brings. A powerful individual, you're very powerful. You know what is white and what is black in the society, the reason why we wear white and black. You know what is gray in the society also, and you know how to convert it into white or black. And that's the kind of a power. You know the forces that run, the forces which make run the things. You know what is the duty of a collector. You know what is the duty of a commissioner, a police constable, how the system works. You know it. And that makes you very powerful. Believe me, that is one power which really gives me a lot of high. Because whenever I talk to people, and you know what? It gives you the highest high of life when you have solutions to people's problems. They would come to you with a lot of solutions and you just cut them down, tuck, 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 and you give them the solution. That, okay, this is how it is. That's the most impressive thing. Now this comes the most interesting part of the entire thing. A never retiring professional. You never really retire. I'm into teaching, and believe me, every day I read something new and I feel like, oh, I've become younger. And that's what happens. In law, I remember, this is not me, but it was Ram Jethmalani, the great lawyer, who said it once, that once you are into law, you become a student for your entire life. So if someone asks me, what do you do? I still tell them that I'm a student of law, because I'm still learning, I'm still reading. And it's very interesting to do. Now, guys, moving forward, what do law students do? What career options are they doing? Yeah, they practice law, they become corporate counsels. I've not covered those things. On the other hand, I've brought you all those other things also which lawyers are today doing. Cricket commentator, I can give you an example. Go to Facebook and search for this student of mine. His name is Nishad Pai Vedya, and find out what he's doing. He's a law graduate. The moment he graduated, he had an option to join a law firm and also join Cricinfo, the ESPN portal, as an analyst, because his analysis power was so strong that he used to write blogs which were so loved by ESPN. They gave him an offer. They said, "Come on, join us." As we speak today, he has become a freelance guy. He's covering the World Cup, the Test World Cup. I keep on covering, as I keep up. I'm always updated by his, his Facebook page, that what is happening, who can win, etc., etc. So, that's what he's doing. And if you ask him what helped him to be this, so he says it's my law graduation, so nothing else. Because in law graduation, the kind of analytical skills which I acquired helped me to basically do something with cricket. And he belongs to Mumbai, so he's like, I belong to Mumbai. Cricket is in our veins, and I just made sure that my passion marries my academics, and that's what I have become. Sports data analysis. There is another junior of mine who today again. He's very confused that he should because the law firms also want him. He's exceptionally good lawyer, but on the other hand, he's good at data analysis. He keeps on analyzing data and he's able to give you exactly what is going to happen, or else the probability of win, lose, etc., etc. So he is independently hired by people. Media and law. Go and Google this friend of mine. His name is Abhinandan Mishra. He's a batchmate of mine. Today he's very young and he's become a senior journalist. You know who he's in touch with or he keeps on conversing with? He will tell us that what is Hafiz Syed doing right now. He reports about what is Israel doing right now. That's his connects, that's his contacts. So once out of law school, what he did was he went into journalism. He did nothing else. He was writing blogs. I remember both of us wrote a blog in law school about Naxalites, and our landline phones were getting tapped. We got to know later on when we were questioned by the CBI local office here, and they asked us questions that why did you write this article? To which we said we felt that Naxalites are our own citizens who are not getting enough resources, and then they realize that we are not supporters, but on the other hand, students. So that's his cult. That's what he does. So he went into that. Relationship PR agent. There are some students who are very good in PRing. So these are our dear friends from law schools who were very good when it came to arranging the parties. Also make sure that when people from law firm come, they feel good about our campus. Now they make it a career. Why? Because their communication skills are so good. They're good at even conversing with people, getting good deals for people, cracking them, and also making sure that the one with whom they are working is working fine. Author, there are people who are doing nothing. They're just writing books. That's it. They're just writing books and they're earning on the same. Entrepreneur, student of Jindal. He owns a business called as Sleepy Owl. They're coffees. Go and read their story. It's so impressive the way they have been able to create the brand out of this entire thing. So, there are a lot of things which law students are doing. And if you ask them, they would say that the curriculum has been created in such a manner that it creates a leader out of you. I again go back to the first slide, a leader out of you. You are able to analyze the situation 360 degree, and that makes you very powerful. In this changing world, when AI is so much changed, there are law students who are now predicting what may go wrong. So we, law or humanities, are always at loggerheads with science, because science, what they do is, science will keep on inventing new things. They'll keep on throwing us at new things. So AI is also such a giant which they have thrown on us. Law or humanities students are those who will predict what may go wrong. So I'll tell you an example. When Jurassic Park was released, people were very happy. Dinosaurs, oh my God, great. We should have dinosaurs. But they were humanities students who said, this is risky. Don't do it. You will not be able to control it. Similarly, AI, the way it is interfering with our life is also very risky. For example, your right to privacy. Now, all of you might have heard about this toolkit of Congress, which many people are talking about. Law students understand what a toolkit is. You go and read about a situation called as the Arab Spring, okay, where it started from Tunisia, it covered Libya, Syria, every other country in that spring. And believe me, Cambridge Analytica, I hope all of you have heard about it. Cambridge Analytica was one of those companies which was accused of creating such disturbance in a country that the entire country, not just economy, the government collapsed, everything collapsed. You know why? Because through AI, they were able to target the profiles of citizens and provoke them to go and revolt. And this is a big case law which is happening right now. United Nations is also very numb on this. That what did happen? How did these nations collapse? Libya, it was a very good country with a very good leader, but it happened. For which you have to make sure that you know how to control AI. And that's exactly what humanities students, not just law students, humanities students are collectively carrying out researches. Biowarfare. We are living in times when a country allegedly created a virus, and look at us, the condition in which we are. Most of us have consumed so many medicines who have suffered. We are all going to have some kind of, some kind of health issues in the coming year. Our kidneys, our eyes, many parts are affected. Can we hold that country liable? And believe me, there are people who are preparing for it. Let the situation be normal, and we have to make sure that they pay for the same. And they're ready for it also, but they're not ready to agree on the same. So guys, I hope I've covered most of those things. Why JGU? I would say why not JGU? Because if you see at all these points, this is one of those law schools which today is ranked 76th in the world. It is ranked higher than many of the American law schools from where we hire people, our faculties. You know why? Because in this 10 years, the way JGU as a university and JGLS as a law school has grown, the entire credit of it goes to all these things which you can see on your screen. Interdisciplinarity is one of those great concepts which I really love about this university. A student, when he comes to JGU as a law student, he's not a student of only law. He's a student of liberal arts. He's a student of business. He's a student of many other schools which we have. You know why? Because we have an interdisciplinary concept where a student gets to read subjects as electives from all other schools also. No fees paid. You're already paying for it. But we are utilizing your time. It's a fully residential campus. You are inside the campus. You get to learn from everything you see. You get to learn from faculties you want. It's a family here where everyone is trying to make sure that the other person excels in life. And that's what is making JGU a name to reckon with globally. You go to Harvard, you go to Stanford, you go to Oxford, take JGU's name, they know us now. And that's something which many national law schools like my alma mater are also not able to match because they're only teaching law. At JGU, they're teaching different subjects of humanities. I again go back, I said humanities, which is making all those things to students, rational, better citizen. And the students who take admission in other schools are also learning law. And they are able to do it in an interdisciplinary way where they're able to create projects, etc., and get them published universally, which is making our university recognized globally. Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on further. Just before I wind up, I want to make sure you ask yourself these questions. Do you enjoy argument? Are there social issues you feel strongly about? Do you enjoy advising and counseling people? Does politics fascinate you? Are you fascinated by the business world? If your answer is yes, believe me, you have a law student inside you. You are a thinking brain. You have a leader inside you, and you can consider law. And keep in mind all those personas and features, etc., which I gave it to you at the starting of the session. So I think, Ankur sir, do we have time for question answer round?
Yeah, thank you. Deepuji, what we'll do is we will officially call it a close here for students who may want to go and have lunch or who want to go for other classes can go. But those who have questions for Deepu sir, you can stay back. He is available. He will be happy to answer questions. So students, you can stay back if you want to, but officially for your certificate requirements, you can leave now if you don't want to stay back. Thank you. Over to you, Deepu.
Wonderful. So now the house is open to questions.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ananya. So, sir, I have been very interested in law for the past year or so. But at the same time, it is a big move to like choose the stream, obviously to choose the stream next year. So so basically you asked us the question if we're interested in this or not. I am not that interested in the whole politics situation and the whole world business thingy, but at the very same time, I'm very interested in the whole social rights and stuff. So in that case, what should I do?
Okay. I was a kind of a guy who, when I was in law school, I was interested in corporate law. I was very mesmerized with the way the corporates function, specifically mergers. I would see that companies were even paying very well to one of my cousin. He was a corporate lawyer. So I saw him and the way he was able to live his life, it was like great and with great power. But then, once I stepped into the industry, I had a lot of time also because Saturday and Sundays were holidays. So I started doing part-time teaching. So teaching was something which was like, since I'm getting bored, I can go teach and I can come back. But then slowly I realized that teaching is something which is very, very satisfactory for me. There are students who would get connected with me. There are students who would, I would give them a question and within hours they were able to research and bring me the answer. And that gave me a different kind of a high. The appreciation which parents were giving. And that is something which interested me a lot. And finally, you could see that I became a teacher. I'm not just a teacher, I'm also managing things. Now, how did that came into being? Because when I stepped into teaching full time, the person with whom I was working realized that I can also do a bit of a advertorial, as in, I can give suggestions, I can give them ideas about how a particular thing can be presented, etc. And he realized and he gave that work also to me. So now at this age, when I'm 38, I'm able to realize that, okay, this is exactly how my career spun. My interests were this, but finally with my skills, I was able to travel this long. And finally, I'm doing this great. You know what I'm going to, what I'm trying to hint and tell you, don't decide anything as of now. Recognize your skills and you can say that, okay, this is something which I'm interested in. You never know what other interests will slowly creep in and will create a better you. And believe me, everything will create a better version of you. So you may be interested in, say, polity, not polity, but you may be interested in social service, working for people in such a manner where you can add up to the society better. But you can only add up to the society once you understand the political system of the country. Because look at the situation which we are right now. As in the city which I am right now, I can tell you, all the MPs and MLAs are holed inside their houses. They're not coming outside. In fact, the bureaucrats also are not doing anything. You know who are doing? Youngsters. They have become volunteers. They are the ones who are fighting it out in the dangerous situation, keeping PP kit with the doctors. If a family needs food, injections, medicines, they are the ones who are working. And many of them are law students from my alma mater. They are the ones who are doing it. What makes them do it? They are students like you who want to serve. But you know what? There are law students amongst them who also know how to, as in there is this infamous injection we had, remdesivir. Now, remdesivir was not easily available. Law had created even a step for it. These were the students who used to take the prescription from the family, fight it out with the system, go and question even the people who were trying to create legal hurdles for it and get it for the family. So it's a kind of an arm or an armor which you should have with yourself, and you can go ahead and cruise. But don't just become rigid and say, okay, this is only for me, this is not for me. Take it in your stride, because if a course has been structured in that manner, probably that also adds up to what you are looking at. Okay, I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir. So you're basically telling me that I should look into all the categories and then just see
Yes.
which interests me more.
Perfect, perfect, perfect.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So this is good afternoon, sir. This is Piyush Gupta here. So I had a question. So you were speaking about corporate law. So do you see the coming of AI, artificial intelligence, into big companies? So do you feel that that will be a barrier for hiring lawyers by big corporate firms?
On the other hand, I would want you to go and attend a lecture online by Justice Nagendra Rao. Okay, his name is Justice Nagendra Rao. He's a Supreme Court justice, and he is explaining that how, in fact, corporates will hire softwares, they will hire robots, but they will require human intervention, for which now law schools are also getting armed. So law schools are also training students on those softwares. Now, in my lecture also, I was very clear that when the computer came, the same thing was said. I remember Lalu Prasad Yadav, and I was reading newspapers, where he said, I'm not going to digitize anything. I'm not going to computerize anything because that's going to take away jobs from people. But that did not happen. The same thing was said about computer when it was launched in courts. The judges were given laptops and they were supposed to create, it has its own program. So AI, how it is going to come and intervene in the legal process has to be seen even at corporate levels, because the corporates may hire them, but when it comes to human intervention, it is very important. I'll tell you how corporates are hiring. Nowadays, what is happening, a case would come in. There will be at least 160 topics on which that has to be researched upon. So what they would do is they will give it to multiple people. 160 research points will be given to around 30 people and they'll be asked to research. Now, from the scratch, each lawyer has to go sit in the library, and that's a separate research wing. Practice wing is different. These research wings will have to at least sit. When I was a corporate lawyer, I remember I had to spend the entire night once in the firm because it was a very important case. And we were researching book by book, book by book. But what AI is going to do is it's going to make it very easy. Now I'll have to go, but I need not spend the entire night. I'll have to research. I have to feed those into those algorithms. I hope you know what is AI. AI is all about algorithms and a machine way of doing things in a simple manner. But I have to insert those questions. That will not be done by my boss. I'll be doing it, and much faster the answer or the research solution would be something which I'll be able to present. That's the only thing which it is doing. We cannot just put everything on AI. One of the classic answers which people are trying to find right now is the Uber case which happened in Germany. I hope all of you are aware what happened in Germany. In Germany, Uber hired a autonomous car, and there was a lady who hired it. She was sitting and the car was on a self-driving mode, and she slept. There were few instructions which were given to her that yes, it is an autonomous car, but you have to be cautious on these things. Now, what was happening? She was driving, and all of a sudden, there was a pedestrian who came on the wrong side of the road. The car didn't realize it. Okay, the car didn't realize it because, as per the car, it's going on a straight road, and it hit and it killed the pedestrian. Now, the question of law here is who is at fault? Okay, who is at fault? Yeah, in torts we would say plaintiff is a wrongdoer. He was on the wrong side. He stepped in and he did all those things. But then, the pedestrian had no clue that an autonomous car is coming or the way it will approach. The pedestrian was hit. What is the liability of the female who's sitting here? Because everything happened because there was a machine which was working, and human intervention on the other hand was sleeping, which was supposed to act in that manner. But then the human intervention was written down in such a manner that it is something which is new and she could not even experience because she said, I just booked, I just had it. It's a big question of law. Can we be fully independent on them? The answer to which currently in the legal hemisphere is no. People are saying no, we cannot. There are big issues which are happening which we cannot handle. So there is a lot of question answer about admission process also going fully automated through AI. But then there are rights and liabilities both on our part as well as on students' part, for which we are making it very clear that things happen using AI. But yes, there has to be manual intervention where there can be a person who would sit, monitor each thing, each communication which we do. And only then, so there are students who call us up and say, you are mailing me despite I am not interested, blah, blah, blah. There are a lot of students who are even hurling abuses to us. Typical cyber law cases. But then you know what? In each of our communication, we are also giving an option to you to unsubscribe. They're not reading it. They're not reading it. And that's how people are. They will not read. And AI wants you also to act in that manner. Things are going to be in real trouble. In Kerala, they have installed a traffic police woman who is completely AI operated. It started malfunctioning. They pulled it out. They said, it is not happening. So this is how exactly things are happening. AI is you can use AI on Facebook. For example, you might visit a place and then you can come back, click a picture, upload it, and then it will start prompting that this person in the photograph is this, you want to tag him. And now this same thing is, they are trying to, use it. The government is trying to use it for face detection of criminals. Now there is a huge issue of privacy here, where people are saying it's infringement of privacy. You cannot do that. There's a famous US case law where a person was arrested and his phone was used against him, as in, and then this case was running parallelly, but he filed another case and my privacy has been infringed. How dare they touch my mobile? It has private stuff which these guys have seen, for which the state has to compensate me. And you know what was the answer? The state said yes. The court said yes. The state committed wrong. How dare you touch his mobile? It's his privacy. So there are a lot of questions which we still don't have answers to, and AI will be restricted to that phase. It will only make things smoother. That is what my contention and my submission or my conclusion out of the entire thing is. Yeah.
So would you feel that for the next 10 to 20 years, or considering would you feel that that civil law would be better compared to corporate law, seeing the onset of AI, sir, even if it takes away, say, suppose 10 or 20% of the jobs that were there that were hired?
This is again a myth where people say that corporate means only corporate and civil means only civil. I've seen my friends, and also in our firm we used to have civil cases as well as corporate law. So it's not like, let me break that barrier and tell you, when you become a lawyer, yeah, your interest would be in corporate, but you are also hands-on with civil cases. So it's not like I'll only take specific cases, because in corporate issues also civil disputes are there. Going by to the job cuts are happening. Yeah, but job cuts are happening only to those people who are not keeping up with the pace of the changing times. If you're not keeping up with the pace of the changing times, you'll be you'll be totally ruled out. You'll be done. So Richard Susskind, there's a famous lawyer from US. He has written a book where he has talked about AI and law, where he has also said the same thing. Lawyers have to update themselves. If you are not updating yourself, if you want to go by the same method, you would be out of those 10, 20% which you said. But that's not exactly how law schools are also now armed. They are also training the students in such a manner. They are also taking one notch higher. At Jindal also, we are training students in such manner. And that interdisciplinary thing which I talked about, that's helping us a lot, because students are well armed with not just with the knowledge of law, with the knowledge of everything else also. So that helps a lot. So you have to be updated. It's not like you think that you'll go by the rudimentary way and you'll survive. That's not the case. So again, civil, the corporate, I think I answered that question.
Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
more.
Sir, I am in class 11th right now, and for the last 2 years or so, I have been really fascinated by law. And since childhood, I've been really interested in language, in literature, in reading a lot, and writing. I've been a part of a story writing session also, like Quill Club writers. And now, as it's class 11th, and it was a time for me to choose my career path, I thought of giving CLAT after 12th and all, and I discussed it with a lot of people, but maximum of the people suggested that you should not go for law, because first thing, it's only for the people who have someone from the family in it, and it doesn't offer so much scope, and it's a very nasty business. Is it so? Because
Okay.
I have been really fascinated by law, and it offers me everything I want to do. It gives us a scope for literature. It helps us with the social sciences, with social services, everything. And what are your views on it?
Great, Arna. Arna, first of all, nasty, every profession has its own nasty side. So if people say that law is the only nasty profession, I disagree to it. So, that's my answer. I support you. But then only fascination should not be there. Why do you think that you are made for it? I'm very happy that you love art and literature, because law and language, they travel together. So I repeat, during the session also, I said that I was a very bad reader. When it came to writing, I was really, really bad. But law school changed it, because law is all about, now, how do they teach law? That is one of the sessions which I usually take when I go and meet students, because I think most students have this perception that law means case laws. They'll teach you case laws and they say, okay, section, 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 ta-da. No, law means a lot about language, because we live in a legal system. Our legal system is basically called as common law method, which we have borrowed from the British system. And the British system is very clear. If it is written down, then it is a law. If it is not written down, it is not a law. How did they create this? It's a long story, and I'll cut the long story short. In Britain, you can see that the king has become a titular head. There was a lot of revolts. There were a lot of things which Britain saw during those times, and that's exactly how they created a system where they said that these written things will not change. These written things have to be followed, and it has to be followed even by the king. They don't have a written constitution though, but all other things. For example, you might have heard about Magna Carta. So Magna Carta was the first ever bill of a document where rights of the people were written down. So the way it has been written, it has to be followed. That's how they are. Now, in the coming centuries, in the coming ages, it became a legal system where if you want to create a law, if you want to prosecute a person, if you want to enter into contracts with people, it has to be by the word of law, the way it is written down. Now, when you go into law school, one of those very important lectures which you have to attend is called as interpretation of statutes, where you are taught the art called as interpretation, that how a law is made, what sense you make out of it, what is the meaning of it. And one of those questions, the most difficult questions as a law student who is sitting in that classroom, will be the professor will come and ask you, what is the meaning of the word meaning? And there will be so many students who will be giving different answers, and he'll say, no, that's definition, no, that is synonym. He says, give me the meaning of the word meaning. That means the connection of law with language is integral. And that's why English language is very important. And that's why when lawyers, when they even write love letters, they go and they use words like herewith, henceforth, etc., etc. They do that. You know why? Because that becomes something which becomes a part of our system. So I remember my dad asked me to write an application for the municipal corporation because they were not doing something. So the manner in which I wrote, he said, just write it in 4 lines. But I wrote a 3-pager document which looked like a legal notice and gave it to him. He took a look at it. He's like, what did you do? I said, please go and give it to him. The moment he gave it to the municipal corporation person, he took a look at it and he said, "Ye kya likh rakha hai?" I don't understand those things. My dad was very angry on me, but then I had to go and explain him that I've explained legally how you can be held liable for it. There's a writ which I can file against you. These are those things which you have not done. And then I had to explain that person. But then that very writ was seen by the commissioner and he was very happy. He was like, someone has taken pains to do all those things. Why? Because that's how you are trained. So when it comes to writing down something also, that's how expressive you become. When it comes to explaining something, see, students are asking me simple questions and look at me and I'm like talking like long answers. That's how you become. And that's something which law would do to you. That's something which I have myself experienced in my within myself, and it does happen. So literature and etc is something which, if you are interested in, yes, law does give you a scope to do it. There are many famous authors also who were lawyers and who have written beautiful books also. John Grisham is one of those. So that is something which you can look at. Now about nasty, I've said that nasty, those things are something which are not associated with the profession but with people. The way you are, you'll turn up becoming. Even if you become an engineer, if you're nasty, you'll become a nastier person. So that doesn't make any sense. But then you should have those skills which I said. You should have the skills which I enumerated at the start of my lecture. If you think those personas match with you, you're academically oriented, you're someone who also have people skills, go ahead and do it. One of those beautiful things with law today is a law student can do anything and he can apply to any job also, because most of the people call you at least for an interview. That has been my experience and what I have been seeing, that even if you do not have those qualifications, unless it is a government job, because government jobs are very clear, itna hona chahiye, this should be the percentage. Private firms will call you for an interview. They'll say, why is he interested? Let me call him and let me see him. And because you are a jack of almost all trades, you even crack interview. That has been something which I've seen with my friends also. Okay, so don't be very harsh on your on your thought parents, and parents also, when they answer something. I told you there are a lot of prejudices which are there in the society because of what they see and not what they observe. So you can just excuse that. Yeah.
So, sir, does family connections matter?
No, I am a first generation lawyer from my family. There was nothing as such. Yes, it just helps you to get few internships, etc. But with a law school like Jindal, where we have a Office of Career Services, which works only for your internships, you do not have such. There are students who may get through their own jacks, etc. But then we as a system in our law school are standing behind you. We will push you. We will get you internships. So that entire thing is something which does exist, but that's not the decider of those things. So there are a lot of first generation lawyers who are doing good. I also want to point out to the present Chief Justice of India. He's a first generation lawyer of his family and the first ever. So that's how times are changing. He's the first ever first generation lawyer who has become the Chief Justice of India. And there are more to follow. So times are not changing, because initially it used to be the Indian method. Papa lawyer hai, let the son also be lawyer. Papa doctor hai, let the son also be a doctor. But that's changing, except for Bollywood. Yeah.
Yes, sir, because that's what happened. Like, not just my parents. My parents are supportive. They're not like, nahi karna hai. They're like, if you want to do, if you think you can do it, go for it. But we personally think that it's not going to be so productive for you. But when I talk to some counselors, career counselors, they all say that you should pursue psychology or you should pursue political sciences separately. Don't go for law.
Did you ask them why do they feel like? Probably they have better answers.
They said it's a very cliche career. So many people are taking up law. There is no scope. There is no money in it.
No. These two things are not good answers not to do law. If someone tells you that you lack the skill to do law, then you should think. If they are able to tell you
nobody
exactly.
Ever said that. Because that is not even the truth. I have almost started preparing for CLAT. I've bought AP Bharadwaj and all that, whatever you require. And I bought the book just for the first reason to check what is the syllabus. To know ki if I am interested in CLAT, if I'm interested in law, if it's just fascinating or something. But when I went through the book, I went through the syllabus, even that seemed good to me. I wanted to study that. So, and I think I have the skills. I have been
then you should go for it. Any career counselor who says there is no money, etc., is not updated about how the changes are happening. But if a career counselor is able to tell you that, okay, you don't have this skill which will help you to survive, then you can trust them. That's how, my mantra is. If they're able to tell you specifically that, okay, you lack communication skills, or you lack the will to sit and read for hours and also interpret those things and also fight it out and also deal with humans and human behavior, then I think that student should not do law. Rather, he should go for something else which is interesting. And psychology is a part of law. They do teach you
Yes, sir.
criminology, which is a higher, which is something which is a basic part of doing law, criminology and victimology also, both of them.
All right, thank you, sir. So if I do a 5-year program, I manage to crack CLAT and I do a 5-year program, and during that period, after that, doing some internship, I decide that I don't want to be a lawyer. That 5 years won't go waste. I'll have other career options to choose from, right?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I told you about my friends and my students who are doing completely different things other than law. And that's because that was their passion. As in Nishat Pai, you should go and you can even talk to him on Facebook. He's someone, because of me, a lot of people disturb him. You can go and talk to him. He'll tell you that how he did it. He was a sports enthusiast and he started writing blogs, and slowly he converted himself. So he's not doing anything connected to law, but he's really good in what he's doing. So it creates an analytical brain inside you, and you are able to predict human behavior, and you are able to communicate. These are the three things which are very, very important for any profession indeed.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really helpful.
So,
good afternoon, sir.
Yeah,
sir. Yeah, sir. So I remember you saying that you have a close friend who's a lawyer and now I think he's a journalist. And you said something about him knowing where and what Hafiz said is doing. Can you just, that triggered my interest. Can you just say something more about that?
His name is Abhinandan Mishra. You can go and search him on Facebook. He shares all his write-ups also. Okay, so it's like he is into international terrorism. He reports them. He contacts people. I don't know what are his contacts, but he's able to, with conviction, report these things. That where is Hafiz Saeed? What is he doing? What is his take on it? What is Pakistan planning? You should read him. As in on Facebook, he openly shares all these articles. He works. He's I think he's a senior analyst or something. He's in a very top position.
What's his name again?
Abhinandan Mishra. Abhinandan Mishra. Yeah, you can give my connect and talk to him. So he also loves interacting with students if they're interested in journalism and all these things. You can talk to him. He reports those things that we go and ask him that, dude, where are you getting these things from? And he's like, I have my own.
Exactly.
Abhinandan Mishra. Okay, Abhinandan. Abhinandan Mishra. Yeah.
That's and so one more question. You said, right, that you may have the skill or some particular interest, but you're still, if you're not completely sure that you want to take up law, how do you approach it? Because there may be a lot of similar fields with the same interest, right? Like journalism or psychology. So how do you know that maybe, okay, I'm suited for this and not for that?
Okay, I'll give you an answer. You should go and appear for a test called as LSAT. Okay, LSAT. Okay. It's not an entrance examination. It's called as an aptitude test. It's law school aptitude test. Okay, admission test. Now, LSAT is not an examination which is made by rack picking questions from here and there. On the other hand, each specific question is made by a Harvard Stanford professor. They test these questions on students, as in these questions are given to some students who are presently law students, and test, depending upon those things, they also classify these questions on the basis of many other classifications, sex, race, that's how they make it. And then a question gets approved, and that question comes because they want to test basically the skills of a student to do law. And that's how the questions are made. They are very, very customized for the needs of the student. Why and what are the questions which they ask you? They test you only on English, reading comprehension. They test you on analytical reasoning. They test you on logical reasoning without any negative marks. Without any negative marks, you get percentile score. If you prepare a bit and if you appear for the test and if you score more than 50 percentile, you stand a chance to be a good law student. Okay, a good law student, because you have the skills. You have the skills of interpretation, where you can read something, you can interpret it right, and you can answer it just like you have to do for the 5 years of your life once you become a law student. You have analytical brain where you can see things, you can analyze those, and you can exactly come out with an answer which a law student's thinking perception has to be right. Critical reasoning, your critical approach to life is as such, where you read a specific scenario, you are able to decide it, keeping you can take a 360-degree angle of it, and you can keep everything in your mind and you can decide. That's exactly how the questions are made. If you score more than 50 percentile, you can think about law as a career option for you, because these are the three things which are going to be handy for you for the 5 years. And these are the three things which you're doing for the 5 years of your life. So if you ask me, that's exactly what we did. So in law school, a case law was brought to us and was given to us, and we were asked to read it. So we did not go run to the library and read the entire case law, which at times were 360 pages. On the other hand, we exactly know what to read, where the most important argument is given. What the judge is saying right now doesn't matter to this case. What matters to this case, let's try and go to that point. And within half an hour or within 15 minutes at times, we are able to deduce what are the important things to be discussed in the class tomorrow. Even when we were preparing for a moot court, that's exactly how we used to research. You agree? So even if AI comes, even if whatever comes, this skill is something which you have to acquire. And LSAT at the very preliminary stage itself is going to test you on that. So if you want to appear right now, LSAT has already been done. For the next year, probably what you could do is you can go and search for Khan Academy. I hope all of you are aware about Khan Academy. Dhruv, are you aware of it?
Yes.
So Khan Academy has a diagnostic test. Go and appear for it. Okay.
Khan Academy has for all your tests. I think for SAT also they have.
Yes, they have it for LSAT also, and it's absolutely free. So you can go and even take the test.
And
also.
that'll give.
Great. Any more questions, guys?
Sir, I had a last question. I was waiting from a long time, so can I go first?
Yeah, ladies first. I hope the gentleman would agree.
Actually, sir, I had a question relating to the verdict given by the Supreme Court. So, am I allowed to ask that?
Verdict?
Yeah.
Amrita, can you just mail me this and I can answer you that? The reason is there are students because we have to stick to this theme, as in, that's why I'm so sorry. You can email it to me. My email ID, Harsh, can you please share my email ID with Amrita? You can email it to me. I'll answer it likewise.
Yes,
okay?
okay.
I'm so
Thank
sorry.
You, sir. No problem, sir. I'm sorry. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So I'm in 9th right now, and I'm looking forward to going the career of law. So in 11th and 12th, can I choose science and then continue law? Because there are more career options. If I don't if I'm not interested in law, I can still choose engineering or something like that. So is that fine?
Absolutely fine, Dhruv. Absolutely fine. For law, it doesn't matter. Whatever stream you are from, you can pick up any stream and you can do law. Because law is called as law school. So everything starts from the scratch. So whatever you have done till 12th, your language and, as I said, all those skills which you have acquired, that matters. That's why the requirement for appearing in entrance examinations for law for any school in India is 45% in your 12th. That's it. 45%.
Okay,
yeah, you qualify. And science students, I hated when I was in law school because you guys have a great memory. So the topper in my class was from science. I remember she used to remember everything taught inside the class. And what is she doing? She's right now a partner with the huge firm we call as Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. And science students have a specific advantage also in law. It's called as patents. I hope you understand about patents. It's in vogue right now when we are struggling with the medicines, etc. Because when it comes to patents, only those people with scientific background can understand patents better and are required. And for government posts, there are more than 500 posts which are lying vacant. That is what I was told a few years back, that because science students are not taking up law, those designations cannot be filled up. And what they're doing is they're hiring people and they're teaching them law. So they're hiring people from science and they're teaching them law, and then they are deputing them that please. So IIT Kharagpur, they have a specific course in intellectual property, right, where they're teaching all these patents and etc. etc. So that's the dearth. I think that's the place where you can basically fit in. Okay. So taking up science, you are not you're not wrong.
And I had one more doubt. So my doubt is that is there any undergraduate school for law where you can learn the
Undergraduate course.
basics?
Okay. See, law, the course which you are doing right now, it's an undergraduate course, BA LLB. With that, what we have done is there were other students also here who were confused as in they want to do law or not. So what we have done is we have also created an American model here. We have launched a course. Its name is BA Legal Studies. Okay, BA in Legal Studies. So BA Political Science, BA in Economics, etc. You don't have a BA in Legal Studies. So if a student wants to have a rendezvous with the field of law, the theories, the workings, etc., etc., what they can basically do is they can go for this course first. They can enroll themselves there. They can understand the basics for 3 years. And after 3 years, if they think, no, I don't want to do law, they can go and do MBA and any other thing, because this is a BA degree. It's an honors course. But in case if you want to do law and now you're thrilled that you want to do law and you want to do something big, then what you can do is you can go ahead and do LLB from the very campus in Jindal without appearing for any entrance examination, provided you do meet two conditions which are very simple. One is that you should score more than 50% in your semesters, and also that you should not have been held guilty of some disciplinary things, etc. So that's the only two things. You automatically, so it becomes a 6-year law program for you. 5-year law program is actually an undergraduate course. Other than that, the undergraduate course which we have for law is BA Legal Studies. It's an honors humanities course in law which we have created, much like in US. US also they have the same course.
Okay, sir. Thank you. And one last thing. Yeah, so like I don't remember everything like section and that whole thing, the constitution, whatever it is. So if I don't remember, if I don't have any interest in section and everything, can I still pass the law exam because it includes in it?
You meant to say you hate cramming up things as in memorizing
Yeah,
things?
yes.
Rot learning. No, see, that's again a myth. Many people think that we rot learn things. When I talked about my topper, my friend Shukti, that's her name, memory means he used to remember whatever is being taught inside the class. And we had to write down things to remember. Otherwise, sections, etc., it's a myth that you have to remember those things. There are few important sections which you will remember, like Article 14, 15, 21, etc., etc. We remember because that's how they teach you. Otherwise, in law schools, you won't believe it, in Jindal also we are having it. You have a concept called as open book test. That means a question paper will be given to you and 24 hours are given to you. Go sit anywhere, library, ground, pool, wherever you want to, write down answers and give it to us. It should be original because we do check it through Turnitin. You have to research. That means you can open up the book, you can see, and you have to apply your mind, interpret, and then write the answers. That's how. So you don't think that you have to just rot learn those things. Okay, that used to happen long back, but law schools have evolved. They've evolved like anything. Okay, more
Yes,
questions?
sir, it seems interesting.
Oh, it is very much. If you ask me, I can
Okay,
talk
sir.
the entire day on that.
Thank
Okay,
you.
yeah, pleasure. More questions? Okay, I guess we are coming to the end of the session because this link is soon going to expire. I really loved interacting with each one of you. What we could probably now do is we can go ahead and Harsh, my teammate, is going to share our email addresses with you. You can get in, and also our coordinates with you. You can get in touch with us through mobile or else those email IDs, etc. We have an entire team. We have a great team working with us. Most of us are lawyers and we'll be able to help you out with whatever questions you have, because the
Sir,
link
is it the D Krishna one? Is it that email?
Exactly, dkrishna@jgu.edu.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, it was a pleasure, guys. I really loved interacting with you. I hope I have been able to clear you off all of any kinds of doubts and confusions which you have. Even if you have, they are good. That means you are thinking. You're not like a student who's just going with the flow. I'm very happy to interact with each one of you. From JGU, I want to thank each one of you for taking out time, and also the parents if they are attending. Thank you for coming and being a part of this initiative by JGU. Thanks to our outreach team who have been able to connect us with so great students and parents. Thank you so much, guys. And do connect to us. Okay, great.
Thank you, sir.